Good morning, everybody, wherever you are. What's happening, my people? Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining me this Friday, Open Mic Fridays. My name is Andrew Kibe. The show is on www.rogueradio.live. We do this every morning, Monday through Friday. Yes, Monday through Friday. Morning, every morning, 7 a.m. Kenyan time, like clockwork. We start at 7 and who knows where we'll end up. Sometimes the discussions just get too sweet to stop. We have to physically pull ourselves away from it like, damn, you stop it now. Now this is too much. Yes, good to see my Rogue Radio peeps up and running. Appreciate all of you wherever you are around the world. And if you're listening to this on the podcast on patreon.com/KibeAndrew, thank you very much for joining the podcast. I appreciate each and every one of you who is a member. You are going to be the ones who make me buy that Escalade 2023 version. I appreciate you. Okay, no. Yeah, but yeah, it is something like that. All right. Thank you very much for jumping on this stream. This is Open Mic Fridays. Anything goes. I just open up the mic and anybody comes in and says whatever it is that you want to say. We have an argument about it, or we discuss it, or we laugh about it. It is just a loose Friday, preparing you for the weekend so that you can enjoy yourself. But before we do that, as usual, there's a track that you must listen to. The track is by The Real Thing. The Real Thing is the name of the group. A song from maybe 1976 when I was born. You to me are everything. Bro, the simping started early. The simping started early. I just want you to know that. The simping has been with us for a minute. Okay? The music quality was very good, as always, because the simping is strong. But yeah, the song was very nice. Everything about it. But when you listen to the lyrics, bro, oh, we were done for. It's been a minute. So imagine if your dad was a simp. Probably your granddad was a simp. You don't know that. That's why maybe the colonialism was so easy. Because women had sat on our heads. They probably saw the white man and ran to him. Who knows what happened? It is what it is. Oh yes, that song is by The Real Thing. It's called You to Me, You're Everything. You to Me, You're Everything. The sweetest song that I could sing. Oh baby. Yeah. You know, now when I think about it, we were simped out badly. Yeah, even my folks didn't stand a chance. Listen to the lyrics as we get into the show. I would take the stars out of the sky for you, stop the rain from falling if you asked me to. I'd do anything for you, your wish is my command. I could move a mountain when your hand is in my hand. Words cannot express how much you mean to me. There must be some other way to make you see. If it takes my heart and soul, you know I'd pay the price. Everything that I possess, I'd gladly sacrifice. Oh, you to me, you're everything, the sweetest song that I could sing. Oh, baby. Woo! The simping was heavy. This song is from 1976 when I was born. The simping was heavy. Imagine telling a woman like... singing a song like this to a woman, you know how puffed up her head would be. She'd be like those fish when you touch them and they puff up. Like, that's exactly what happened to them. And they just never stopped. The heads of the women never stopped growing because we simped out badly. 1976 is when I was born. That means that my dad was simping at that time. Badly. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. This is Andrew Kibe. If you're joining us on my Twitter space, welcome as well. It's good to see you. So many people on the stream jumping in. Appreciate each and every one of you. Right? We do this Open Mic Fridays. Open Mic Fridays where we just throw out the mic and see who's going to pick it up. Let me know what you have to say. As usual, you know how we do it. Keep it real. Keep it simple. And, you know, the long introductions, keep those, take that to right? Your emotions and your small agendas also take those small emotions and agendas and feelings and poof, nobody really cares about that. All right? It is just a free environment where we can come, have a good discussion. Remember, it's as much as we want it to be informative, it has to be also entertaining. All right? It must be something people want to listen to. So don't just come here and start giving us reading the Bible here. Nobody wants to hear that. Or reading your thesis. It is what it is. Dylan, how are you?
Yo, what's up, Andy? How you doing?
Simp of the century, how are you?
I'm good.
Talk to
I
me.
just got out the shower. I'm at work.
Oh, you're at work.
Yeah, I'm in Michigan right now.
So you're pushing boxes as always.
No. I was actually in Notre Dame, the college over here. I don't know if you know what that is, but no, just like moving furniture and stuff. Yeah,
What are you doing, bro?
I'm working.
What are you doing when you say you're working?
I'm making money, Andy. The only thing I can do.
You're making a full stack every week.
I can easily bring in with everything I do like over 1,200 a week.
Well, how much? 800?
12.
Oh, 1,200?
Yeah.
And then you give 600 to your baby mama.
Actually, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I try to give her money. I try to, like every time I see her, I try to. Yo, guess what, Andy? It's my birthday in 2 days now.
And you want us to do what? Backflips? You want us to break out the pom-poms and celebrate your birthday? You're turning what, 23?
No, I was just gonna talk about what we talked about before. Wanted to give you an update on the situation, bro. What should I do? My baby's mom, bro. I try to text her and I try to call her and let her know, like, hey, I wanna talk to Ella, my daughter. I'll be trying to call her in the morning sometimes when they're waking up, or I try to call her at night when they're settling down. I figure that's like the best times to call her, and she just ignores me, and she doesn't let me call my kid. I only get my kid on the weekends.
Yeah, why don't you just wait till the weekend? What's this desperation you have to talk to your baby like you need it more than they do? Why are you so desperate to talk to your child?
Because that's my daughter.
Yeah,
because I'm a real man, and I talk to my daughter. That's why.
Who told you that's what a real man does? What about the real men who go to fight wars?
I did. That came from me.
Dylan, you see, you're coming off as very desperate to her. Every time you make these moves, she sees you as more of a loser than a winner. Okay?
Are you serious, Andy?
Are you listening to me, or Dylan? Are you listening? Because I'm trying to feed you some information here, and your big head you're so much in your feelings that you're not listening at all.
Andy,
bro,
I heard what you said.
I'm trying to tell you something here, and you need to take notes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
Get your notebook and take a pen and paper. To write down something here.
Really, what should I do? I want to see my daughter more.
Stop it. Stop being desperate. Okay, you could do one child. Women used to get 10, 12 children by the time they were done. Now here you are, concentrating on this one child of yours, calling every night and every morning, simping out. This woman looks at you as such a desperate loser every time she looks at your phone.
It's my kid though, Andy.
Yeah, we understand that. If it's your
kid.
What
do you mean, bro?
Yeah, it's your kid, but your feelings are not going to get you anywhere if you keep doing what you're doing. Because clearly,
what do you mean? That's what I'm driven by, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I want in my life.
Dylan, it's your kid, but your emotions have been steering you wrong because now you're emotional just like your mother. So you need to get out of your emotions and start using logic. Okay? So it's your kid.
Okay, how is that logical, though?
So you need to get out of your emotions and start using logic. It's your kid. We all agree. But get out of your emotions, because your emotions are the ones which are making you want to call her. And you don't really want to talk to the baby. You just want to make sure you hear your ex's voice. You don't really care much about the baby.
Andy, you may be right in a sense, but no, at the end of the day, I want to see my daughter.
But you see her every weekend.
Right? You may be right in a sense, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, obviously, I want to talk to her too. You know what I'm saying?
But you see your baby every weekend. So why not wait and be patient and prepare yourself for the weekend to enjoy time, just you and her?
Patient.
Huh?
Andy, I can't be patient, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah,
bro, tomorrow is a miracle. You know what I'm saying? Today was a blessing, Andy. Tomorrow is not promised.
So you and your big head, how far have you gotten with this strategy of yours?
How far have I gotten?
Yeah.
I mean, well, I've been, you know what I'm saying? I've been working on my mind and body, man. I mean, I think I'm feeling healthy.
Answer the question directly. I asked you and your big head, How far have you gotten with this strategy of calling every day and every night, yet she does not answer your calls? How far have you gotten with this strategy? Because now you're telling me a strategy that does not work. When I try to tell you something, you interrupt me and you say, you know what I'm saying, and I don't know what you're saying.
Andy, I just want to talk to my kid, Mom.
Yeah, so what are you going to do if she's not answering your call? Are you going to go crazy?
No, I'm not going to go crazy.
So why not try a different strategy, the one that Andy is giving you, since you...
All right. What should I try?
Yeah, so get out of your feelings first. Yeah?
Out of my feelings.
So you need to leave your feelings, because right now you're so in your feelings, you don't even know which room you're in. You're in a house full of feelings, and you are lost. It's like a maze of feelings. You don't know how to get out of your feelings. So you keep regurgitating this black nonsense that the black people talk about. No, that's my child. That's my kid. That's my kid. I gotta do what's best for my kid. My kid. Right? And so this kid of yours is going to be used to destroy you and drive you crazy. Like now you're sounding a bit crazy. You know that?
What do you mean?
You're sounding a bit crazy, a bit loco. You know what loco is? Loco?
Do you have children?
Oh, of course. Who doesn't have children in Africa? We all have children, bro.
All right. Well, listen. Okay, so average.
Do you know how often I talk to my kids?
How often?
When they want to talk to me.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Sometimes it may take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even a month. And when they want to talk to me, now we have a real good, wonderful discussion. And I try to keep it as short as possible because most of the time it's just nonsense. So I try to keep it within what it is that they are interested in. So there's no real value to keep talking to your child thinking that you're doing them good. It's just that they need to know that you're their father and that you love them. And so once a week is more than enough for you to have time with your daughter and instill real values in her. But if you're emotional, now listen to me, Dylan. But if you're emotional, the way you sound emotional, then you're removing the love you have for your child and you're putting it on the woman. And your child will grow up knowing that you don't love her, you love the woman more than her. Okay? No. And your child will feel the rejection that you feel, that you felt from your father and your mother, and will grow up angry and resentful just like you.
Andy, bro, I love both of them. What do you mean?
Feelings, emotions.
Yeah, okay, those are my feelings. That's how I feel. That's a real thing.
Yes, but
feelings are real.
Feelings are not strategy, bro. Your feelings are not helping you move in any real direction. What you're doing is you come off like a psycho.
No, not how? What you mean?
Yeah, but that's how you sound. I'm trying to tell you something here. You're not listening. You sound like a psycho. Every time you say, oh, I love them, and she doesn't want to see you. She doesn't answer your calls. You're here giving her half what you make, trying to impress her. She has moved on. She has a new boyfriend. You're still trying to force your way into her life. While what you should be doing is building yourself, build an empire so that your daughter can see you as a strong man. Stop trying to force a relationship that is dead. Stop trying to sound like a psycho because now you're past, it's not sweet anymore. It's beyond that. It's on obsession levels. You want to talk to her every morning, every evening. She doesn't answer your call and you still keep calling? Do you just love rejection? Do you love just being told no?
Damn,
do you love chaos? Huh? Sorry?
No, I think you got a point there. No, I feel you. Bro, like, you know what I'm saying? You only get one life, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, chase your dreams, bro. You know what I mean? Like, what you mean? What you mean by that, bro? You mean you know what I'm saying? Like, I should be able to talk to my kid every day if I wanted to.
Yeah, in a perfect world, that would be okay. But it's not a perfect world. You two, you and the mother are not together. So you're not living in a perfect world. So you have to make do with what we have. All right? In a perfect world, there would be no wars. So no man would go to Iraq or Afghanistan and disappear for a year or 2 years or 3 years and see their kids only when they come back. You have a chance to see your kid once a week. You're misusing that chance by being a simp, being a psycho, a full psycho, insisting on talking to this woman every day because somebody got into your head.
Right.
Yeah, get that person out of your head, and that is your mama.
All right, you're right, bro. I just need to stack my bands up. That's all I need to worry about.
Stack your bands up. Take time off to yourself. Forget about this woman like she never existed. You have a daughter who needs to see her father not as a psycho, but as a real man who loves her. Because every time you're with her, you're probably talking about her mother, trying to find out the secrets and shit.
Bro, you may have a point. Hey, all right, bro. I needed that, Andy. I really did. I really did need that.
Yeah. So what you do is, it will be very painful for you because this is the first time you're doing it and you're still young. So it's a heartbreak that you must deal with because you've been avoiding to deal with it from the first day you came here.
Yeah, no, okay, yes, that's what I need, bro. That's what I need. That's what I need to hear, my boy. You know what I'm saying? I just need to take my bands up, bro. I need to flex.
No. Come on, you're losing track. You're losing track, bro. Listen.
Okay.
You need to completely forget about the relationship between you and her, like it never existed. The only thing that matters.
I was with her for over 5 years.
The only thing that matters right now is that to realize that you're a grown man. You're a grown up and go through a lot of ups and downs because life is not fair.
Right.
Yes, and life has not been fair to you because you are inexperienced and you had a lot of rejection. That's why you cannot imagine her moving on with somebody else. And your mom was probably wicked and your dad was evil and weak, like you noticed when you went to California to see him.
No, I went to Florida. Florida is.
It doesn't matter.
That's worse.
I don't know US, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can have gone to Colorado or Minnesota.
It's not possible to have solid parents coming to Florida. I'm from there. So
but no, Andy, I really needed to hear that, bro. Like, straight up, bro. Like, I need to do something different.
So you need to realize that your parents, Dylan, your parents were losers. So you need to realize that, and forgive them for being losers, so that you can be a good parent to your daughter. Okay.
You say what?
I mean, you need to come to how do you say it? Come to terms with the fact that your parents were both losers.
No, my mom was not a loser.
You have your mom in your head so much that you are such an emotional mess.
Andy. My mom raised 4 kids from 4 different dads, bro. She moved on. She dealt with heartbreak this many times. I'm the loser, bro. I can't even get over this girl, bro. You know what I mean?
But, like, hey, Dylan. Let's talk about your mom for a second. I want you to see her through my eyes.
All right. Go ahead.
Your mom has 4 kids with 4 different men.
Yeah.
Let me repeat it so that you can hear it the way I'm hearing it. Your mother has 4 kids with 4 different men.
Yes.
Do you know that song by, I don't know who sang it, maybe, I don't know who sang it, but I think it's Ludacris. She's...
Ew, Andy. Listen, bro. That's kind of sexist. Okay, so listen.
Is it?
Culture, is 2 different things. Okay,
Ludacris is American.
The African culture and American culture are 2 different things. You know what I'm saying?
4 children, 4 different men. Dad was a loser, and you've not come to the facts to terms with that. That's why you're struggling right now with what is happening with your daughter. And if you continue in this path,
you're crazy, dog. You're talking mad crazy right now, dog.
And if you continue down this path, Dylan, what's going to happen? Can I tell you what's going to happen?
Andy, what do I need to do, bro?
Can I tell you what's going to happen if you continue down this path that you're going?
What's up?
You're going to end up in jail.
Damn, really?
You're going to end up in jail. This craziness will land you in jail.
You're from Florida. It's almost a certainty.
Right,
you better listen up.
Andy, hold up. I'll come to you, Andy. Just 1 second. Let me finish with Dylan here.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dylan.
Andy, all I gotta say is, you need some love in your life, big bro. That's all I need to. That's all I gotta say, bro. It's like it worked out for you, Andy. Bro, it kind of worked out for you, bro. But for me, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give up on people I love. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so Dylan, so that it's just not me and you. Let me bring somebody else here. I see if there's somebody who has a different opinion from mine, because I sound a bit. I may be sounding like as crazy as you. Andy, you've been trying to say something. What's up, Andy? Andy?
Oh, thanks for having me. Yeah, no, just briefly. Dill, visualize women who are interested and enamored with you and want you and your body and your mind and soul. Okay? This woman was that, now she isn't. It's hard. That's the truth. Am I wrong, Andrew?
Nope, you're not wrong at all. And he's 22. He's been in the army already, so he probably has one of those army bodies, and he must look good around the women. I don't know why he's such a loser in his head.
Because he's stuck on the girl. He just said like an interesting point. I was curious, Andrew, if you had some knowledge for him, because that does resonate. He doesn't give up on the, he loves her and he doesn't want to give up. He thinks he can win it, which I can empathize with. But you can't really win them all, and you can't try all the time until you're in jail and a crazy Florida person, which is the path for most Floridians.
Dylan.
Yo, what's up?
Did you hear from your counterpart, Andy?
I'm a Floridian colleague. I'm a little older.
What did he say?
I said avoid being Florida man part 2.
Say my blanket, cuz.
Get out of Florida, stay out, get out of that girl's life. She's out of yours. It's over. Next.
Hey, Andy.
Did you hear what Andy said? He said, stay out of...
He can't hear. He's 22. He's got loving cum in his ears. He can't understand. It's okay.
Dylan, Andy says you have your in your head.
No.
It's his heart.
What do you mean? How come I can't hear Andy? I don't chase women.
This girl, well, your heart, whatever you like. I mean, you're bonded to this girl. Your heart, that's the real thing. And it's tough. We've all experienced it multiple times, probably. 22, it's hard to teach you anything,
Andy,
but you'll get there.
I don't know if the Andy's talking or not, bro. But hey, I really did need to hear that, bro. I'm gonna catch you on your next space, dog, because I got to be up for work in like 4 or 5 hours. I love you, bro. Appreciate the chat.
All right, Dylan has to run. He doesn't like what we're saying. Oh, Dylan, all the best, all the best. Stop. Do this for 1 week, Dylan. Let me give you some advice, all right?
What's up?
Do this for 1 week. Every morning when you feel like you want to send a message, take your fist and beat you, all right? Every time you feel like you want to send a message, take your head, bro.
I'm not chasing.
You're chasing your ex who moved on. And that's all you're doing. You don't even care about the child anymore. You care so much about the ex.
Bro, I love my child, bro. No, you're out of pocket for that. My child is literally my Facebook picture.
Oh, there you go. Simping ain't easy.
This dude.
What do you mean? It's my kid, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to stay in contact with my kid because that's the type of person I am. Everybody's different.
Yo, we didn't understand you love him like
Andy,
that.
Bro, everybody's different. I appreciate your perspective, bro. I need to hear that, bro, because I got to do something different, bro. But
so, Dylan, unless you do that, I see jail for you probably by December when she tells you that she has completely changed.
He's from Florida.
Speaking of that, I do have court in like 5 days, Andy. Thank you so much. You just reminded me. I was going to end up in jail. Florida, man. I need to say I need to put that on my calendar.
So what's going to happen, Dylan? So that I can move on beyond you. In December, you're going to be in jail because she'll tell you she's moving on and she's changing the baby's name to the man in her life's name, and you'll go crazy and you'll take your Glock. And you'll go around the hood.
You're completely out of pocket, Andy. If that ever happened, I'd literally slap the hell out of that dude, bro. I'm being dead serious.
I'm
being dead serious, Andy. Like, that's not happening. That would never happen.
What would never happen?
Listen, on my baby's mom's Facebook, Andy, she has mother of Ella, and that's on her Facebook still, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so what if she changed that? And because you're just what if she changes that?
Okay, there ain't no what ifs. What if a meteor hit the Earth right now in Africa, huh? Yeah. What if that?
We all die. We go back to the Stone Age, bro.
Andy, listen, all I have to say, bro, is you need some love in your life, big bro.
I do. And you're going to jail. And you're going to jail, bro. And you're going to jail.
Andy, I'll be in your space in December. I won't be in jail. I'm not going.
You can't hear me, Andrew. Tell him visualize another perfect woman.
I'm not going to jail, Andy.
I see jail in your future.
Forget about that lady. Andy, bro, why would you say that?
All right, guys, one at a time. Let's not disintegrate into chaos like Dylan's life. All right, Dylan, thank you for coming through. Unless somebody else wants to say something, I don't see Dylan staying with us for too long. Dylan, hold on. Just don't move. JM, are you there?
Keep him here, and it's so sad to listen to Dylan. Why just don't you let him be so that he can come back here and be Confucius? Confucius say, because you know, as you say in Swahili, sikio la kufa halisikii dawa. You know, this man is dead. Just let him go to jail. You know, once all that shit is done, he'll just come back here and tell us, oh, you know, oh, my baby mama. Let him come back and be Confucius, because we're just tired of hearing of his stupidity, man. He'll never do. You know, he's always having all these things. You know, you tell him this, oh, you know, I love my baby mama. Oh, you know, I love my baby. He's just done. Just let him be. Let him live his life. He'll come back here and be Confucius. That's all, man. Yeah.
Thank you, my man. Yes, sir. He's going to come here with all this new knowledge from jail and 300 tattoos up, telling us how, you know, jail made him a real man. And now I don't care about. We've had that story too many times. And he's moving towards obsession. And obsession has only one path, one ending. There's only one ending to obsession. Yeah. Imagine if she was to change the name of the baby. This guy's going to lose it. She's going to be the one who holds, you know, that those kids who walk in the procession, in the wedding procession. The kid who walks in front holding the ring. And the baby is the one who's going to be walking in front holding the ring. And here comes the bride, and the baby's looking cute as. Yeah. Adele, hold on, Adele. The baby's looking cute down the aisle, and this man is at the front of the church standing next to the pastor, and this woman is coming, you know, from the big door, and it will be like a movie. This girl will be running and crying all over the streets of Florida or wherever she is, or Boston, I don't know where she is, and he'll be running. At time he's carrying an M14 or whatever you call those big guns. He just wants to kill everybody because he's so hot. I just want to take out everybody. And now we'll hear of another story in America, and we'll say, 300 people died in a church today because one person was unable to move on. 300 people, and it will be all the biggest massacre in America. It was white on white crime.
And that's where we're heading.
And he doesn't see it. The problem is he's so obsessed with her, he doesn't see it.
Exactly. And you see, he's just a young man who's just into his feelings so much, bro, and he doesn't even want to think. He doesn't want to become logical. So just at this point, he's just lost. Just let him go. Let him do him. You know, just a few years down the line, he'll be Confucius.
Yeah.
He'll just be telling us, you know, he'll just be motivating us and giving us all these good stories.
When y'all were 22 and male, you know, were you, could older folks or wiser folks tell you a damn thing? I mean, that's the only thing, you know.
Yep, they were stupid as fuck. I was like, this
you gotta live it.
Yeah, I was like, these stupid old folk. What are they telling me? They're telling me that I will love again? No, I want to love this one. All right, let me hear from Adele, the first lady in the chat today. Adele, Nadia, go ahead.
Actually,
yes,
I don't. I think I'm joining the live now. I don't understand this baby mama crap, Dylan, whatever. I'd like maybe if you kindly explain to me, like shortly, just what is all this about? Miss Lewi. I don't know what Dylan has done. I don't know what this baby mama has done. I don't know what 22 years is doing. I don't understand. I just enjoy listening to you talking.
All right, it's okay. Just sit there and enjoy. Yeah.
Andrew, there is a video recording that is posted on your YouTube of the first part of Dylan's on your show, so she can go there and watch it.
Okay. So.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So just sit here and look pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and let the men do the talking, all right?
Okay.
Yes, good. Good to see you, Adele, though. Adele with a nice profile photo. God damn. How old are you, Adele?
23.
God damn. Georgie, this is right up your alley. George likes, you're just 1 year too old, but we can do 23, no problem. All right, Adele, hold on. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, let me hear from Kenya Daima. Kenya Daima has been here holding on. What's up in Kenya?
Oh, Kibe. There is usually this signpost that I think it's around Kenya Air Force, the base there somewhere around Nairobi, and also it's also a very popular sticker. It is usually written, "Trespassers will be shot, survivors will be shot again." I think this guy is in the list of survivors that are going to be shot again. I mean, because George tried to have a conversation with the guy, with Dylan. You tried to have the conversation with him. Gil tried to have a conversation with him. Inguni tried to have a conversation with him. Several other young people who are probably within the age bracket tried to have a conversation with him. Nobody is getting where this kind of obsession is coming from. I think he has to undergo the process of being shot and also now being shot again so that he can wake up. That is the only thing this guy is going to do. Because I don't understand his obsession. Because this guy could even be mad. You know, Kibe, sometimes let's not assume everyone is safe. Sometimes, I mean, the way that guy is sounding, he just has to wait for the second phase of this. Because he is a survivor at this moment, but he is going to be shot again so that he can now be able to wake up. We just have to wait for him to be shot again.
You got even Andy, who's Andy. Where is Andy? Andy has left. Andy is from the States, and he was telling him, "Bro, move on. I mean, this chick doesn't want you." So this guy not only will he have to be shot and shot again, and going to be in prison for a couple of years because of all the shit he's going to do because of this obsession, and then come back here and become a motivational speaker and teach young boys how not to be in their feelings. God damn. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's see if somebody else has a different story. I see Khalif is here as well. Khalif, how are you?
Keep it.
What's happening?
How are you, my brother? How are you guys?
You sound happier, man. Since you let go of that monkey since you pulled it off your back. Look at you. You sound happier. You must have a spring in your step.
Allow me to flex casually, like the way George does. Yeah. So actually last weekend I went to the Canadian GP, Montreal. Nice. Currently now I'm back in Kenya. This is nice. Actually joining your space at 7 in the morning is very nice.
You're back in Kenya?
I'm at Diani now.
God damn, man. I miss Diani. Diani is just the coolest place in the world.
It's amazing. And it's relatively cheaper to me, though. I'm not sure whether that's the case in real life. I'm planning to go to Zanzibar, and then next weekend there's the Australia GP. I have friends there. I'm going there.
Oh, man. Look at you living your best life after saying no to...
Life is good.
After getting...
In case you need company.
I don't need company.
Chick is faces, bro. Adele, minimum. Bring back into the cage. Not just like that. Imagine all you had to do was tell him, "Oh my God," in the inbox. "Oh my God, Diani is so beautiful," and then let him look at your profile.
Okay.
Yeah, and then make the moves. Yeah. All right.
There are very good. There are very nice chicks here where I am now. They're not bad to look at. Actually, they're very, very nice to look at. I'm thinking to go to Zanzibar and then probably going there to the Australian GP because it's next weekend now.
Yeah, right now you'd be in Nairobi trying to find a wife, depressed as.
Yes, I would have to be honest with you. I am forever grateful.
Man, yeah, and enjoy your holiday, man. It sounds wonderful.
Thanks. Yeah, the sun is nice. The weather is really nice. Yeah.
Oh,
so
man.
yeah.
There's a Diani chick I got one time, man. She was on my phone. I have that video, bro. I can't wait to one day die and you guys discover it on my phone. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, man.
Let's to create those memories as well.
You must, man. You must create memories for yourself and enjoy every moment of your life, man.
Cheers, man. Thank you so much.
No worries. Hold on, just don't go anywhere. Let's keep this moving. It's Open Mic Fridays. Let's hear.
Andrew.
Yeah.
The video Nadia was looking for, it's called the Simping Olympics. But now, after listening to her, I'm not even sure she actually needed no video. She just wanted attention from this newly saved single guy, Caliph, the Somali king of Diani.
Hapana, come on, I was just kidding. Oh yes, he's just talking now. Hi. Don't take it that too serious, what?
Well, he's not looking for a serious relationship, so it's all goes in your territory.
I'm kidding. I was just kidding, like making a joke. We didn't need company. I was not that serious.
Well, hit his DM. It's open, unlike yours.
No, I was kidding. It's not about hitting DMs.
Hey, Andrew, you need a dating site real quick, man.
Oh yeah, I have one. In case I didn't tell you, I have one. I have a nice dating app that is. I am 99.9% done with it. I'll be launching it very soon next week. I'll launch a dating site for all you guys who just want to be together. In fact, even for guys who come from diaspora, you just come in there, try and find what you want. Look for Adele and her sisters.
No. I don't need a man. Not now.
Adele, you're 23. Why don't you need a man?
I don't need a man. 23. I'm very young. I'm supposed to be concentrating on other important things.
Who told you you're young?
23. I'm not even 25.
Who told you you're young?
I know.
Who told you?
I know I'm young. I'm not even 25. I'm supposed to be maybe 25, and maybe I'll be looking for a boy at 25, not 23.
Who told you you're young? Adele, answer the question.
I know I'm young.
Who told you?
Nobody. I just know I'm young.
So when you've been having your peace for almost 10 years now, right? You've been a woman. You've been a woman for many, many moons.
Not that woman. Let's say a lady. A woman. I'll be a woman maybe by 30. When I get 30, yeah. Yeah. Like that's a must. We all have organs. Like see what I see. We all have feelings.
And more than one person.
No, just one person.
You liar.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
Just one guy.
So you're old enough to not old enough to be a woman. You're still still a girl, right?
Yeah, not now. No, I'm a lady.
Oh please. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Just mute your mic. Let me get to some other people here. Maboko, are you here?
I'm here. Good morning. Morning, Kipe.
What's
George.
up?
I'm good.
What happened to you? You got married again?
I've been in these streets, Andrew. I've been in these streets. So I got excited when you said dating app.
You've been throwing it out there. I see. You've been busy.
That's a guy we can work with. He's on these streets.
He's in these streets, bro.
I've been in these streets for you, George.
The MILF category will be full. my bad.
When Khalif said he was in Canada, I was like, so you didn't come past UK, Khalif, honestly. Andrew, I came here because I wanted to complain.
What are you complaining about?
You guys gave me the wrong impression. Like, I was listening to Dylan talking and I'm thinking I'll see some bromance, guys hugging each other, crying together or something. But you guys were not even doing that. Like, you're telling him, just leave her, move on and things like that. Isn't that how bromance works? Like, aren't you guys meant to cry with him? You'll find another one. She'll be more prettier and all of that kind of stuff. How does bromance work?
Oh, so is it a question?
It is a question because now I'm
observation.
confused.
Did you observe that we are not bromance-ish, or what are you saying? I'm just trying to see
I just assumed bromance was guys just hugging each other, telling each other that,
Where have you ever seen that happening?
This is the thing. I've never seen it happening. So what I saw today was that in a situation like this, you'd expect, guys to be crying together.
But you've never seen it, though?
I've never seen it. And that's why I'm like,
so you're assuming based on the knowledge that you have, based on how you women treat each other, right?
Andrew, so what just happened? Is that the bromance of it? Is that it? That was it?
No, it's not bromance. If you came with your situation, we would tell you exactly how it is. It's not bromance. It's not because he's a man that we've told him that. If you were simping out on your boyfriend, we would tell you the same. It's just the truth.
So what's bromance then?
Bromance is a lie. There's nothing like bromance. What is that? You think there's a way I'll treat a man different from the way I would treat a woman? It's the truth. The truth is the truth. He needs to know the truth. As painful as it is for him, he needs to know it without sugarcoating. The way, have you seen how you ladies lie to each other? Oh my God, that dress looks so good on you. And that time she looks like a hippo. And you can't tell her she looks like a hippo, is out. You can't tell her because you want to lie to her and go out there and be the one who's shining. No, we don't do that here, Maboko. You should know that by now.
You're sending a wounded soldier out to find another woman. He wants to stay where he is so that he can heal. And I thought you guys would be saying, oh, you know what? She'll open her eyes one day and see that,
So you wanted us to lie to him that she's going to do that. Yet she's being pounded every night. And she's even put that guy on her Facebook page. Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard something like that. Hey, but you heard, I felt hurt for him when you said another man will come in, change your daughter's last name. Kibe.
But isn't that the truth, though?
Well, it's a possibility, but he wasn't ready for that.
You and my daddy. So this chick is probably living even with this guy of hers right now, and this guy is Dylan is still chasing her. She moved on from him, and Dylan has not moved on from her. What do you call that, Maboko?
I mean, it's love, Kibe.
It's love, right?
Yeah, it's love. And I think sometimes love is unfair because you can love someone who doesn't love you back. But the thing is, I think when you go to bros...
Do you know what that is? That love that you're feeling right now, that's an emotional love, which doesn't exist. That emotional love is not real.
What do you mean it's not real?
Yeah, because it's only feeding your ego. It's an emotional love that makes you feel good. And love is not supposed to be like that. Because the moment you don't feel good, you become a psycho. Now you're feeling bad. And now you want to release this bad on everybody. You want them to share your pain.
Kibe, so what is love then?
Yeah, love is not hate.
I can't go to a guy and then not want to find his ego in love.
Yeah,
what will I be looking for when I'm looking for love?
If you find a man who's emotional, find an emotional man, who is in his feelings. Your horrible, miserable life as a woman. That man is going to take you through everything. These sensitive men who feel everything and they, my mother, my dad, when I was 3 years old, this happened to me. Oh, the other day, why is it only happening to me? These people will so badly, Maboko, you will never recover. And then you know what happens at the end of it? They become violent.
So it's best to find a useful man.
It's better if you find a man, which are very rare.
No, but I'm saying if he's useful, which, how you guys, like men talk about a man is a provider, protector, all of that kind of stuff. So if I'm not looking for his heart, I might as well just look for other things that he can do. Make sure that he's useful in my life and things that I need done can be done by him. Because if I can't find his heart and I'm not looking for love for him, then what is the point of having him?
Yeah, why would you have? Why are you going for a man? You're trying to find his heart. You're trying to see if he loves you.
Yeah, because I thought that's the whole point. I thought the whole point of men and women connecting like that is to live that lie, as you said, and enjoy those moments together, those feel-good moments and the feel-good vibes. But the thing is, obviously, for longevity, if I want things to last longer, you're saying forget all of that. If he's emotional, he'll be a dangerous man. So at some point, he has to get to a useful state. He has to fulfill purpose in my life.
So the woman gets into the man's life, not the other way around, okay? The woman is the one who goes into the man's life. So if you find a man who is not emotional, a man who knows the hierarchy of the way things are supposed to be, then that's a man you have a chance with, okay? And a real man will operate in the real way.
So what would be his focus on me, since he's the one?
He wouldn't focus on you. If a man focuses on you, that's a woman. A man would not focus on you. He would focus on what you guys have, which is his family, because a real man wants a family. So he wants a woman who's going to be subservient to him, who's going to get his children, who's going to be his wife, and help him raise the children. That's what a real man would want. Anything else is a lie. So this love thing that you guys are selling out here, a man running across the airport to come and tell you I love you, that doesn't exist. It's all in the movies.
Kipe, you want us to miss out on Valentine's and all these nice things.
What is Valentine's? Maboko, let me tell you, if a man ever goes down on one knee for you, that's not a man, okay?
Come on, Kipe.
If a man ever goes down on one knee to you, if a man ever proposes, or a man ever asks for your permission to do anything, run like your life depends on it. Run.
So
Start running.
You've proposed to someone before. How did you propose?
I didn't propose. I just told her, tell your dad I'll see him on Saturday.
Just like that?
That's it, yeah. That's all I did.
And she agreed?
What do you mean she agreed? I'm the prize here.
I keep
Yeah, I'm the prize. No. She was more than willing to. She couldn't wait to tell her dad that this guy is coming on Saturday. I mean, it's essentially the same, yeah.
She has to be your prize. You have to see her virtue and appreciate her beauty and everything. Just like you said to Adele, sit here and look pretty. You wanted people to appreciate her and gaze on her beauty and everything so that they can now slide in her DMs and pledge.
Yeah, but you see,
so that she can choose who has the highest pledge.
I am the one who is the prize, so she is the one who's privileged. She's the one who should be doing all these things, not me. I'm not doing that for her. She is lucky that I have chosen her. She needs to call all her friends. They need to do the dance. She's lucky that I have picked her, because I could have picked any other. You know how many of you are out here in the streets, Maboko?
No, but keep it. That's the assumption.
It's not an assumption. It's you know how many of you, if I go to Tijuana right now, there's a club in Tijuana where every 3 hours, 4 hours, they rotate 300 of them for the men. Okay? You know how many women are out here desperate looking for a man to say, I'll come and see your dad on Saturday? You know how many women are out here? Including you, Maboko, and this thirsty Adele?
My whole point is that regardless of the thirst, they still have to bid against each other. You and George bid against each other.
No. Men never fight over a woman. You know what? Men never fight over a woman. Women are the ones who fight over the man, because you have to position yourself in a way that the man is going to find you attractive so that he can pick you. Remember, Maboko, when I bring you into my life, your life changes immediately. My life doesn't change. Your life is the one which changes. Because I'm taking you from wherever you are, I'm upgrading you, I'm bringing you into my life. Immediately, you start getting some perks.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what's the qualifier.
And I give you my name. You
do your little rain dance so that I can look and say, this one will do. He's doing all the right things. Come forth.
Which country are you talking about?
I'm talking about men in general.
You see, it's probably happening in South Africa. That's why those South African men are such simps and wimps.
No.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is like how you say you're the price. That's what you have to tell yourself when you're on your own, that I am the price. She will see me. And then another man is in another place doing the same thing. She will see me. I'm the price. So we now have to choose which one is the better price out of these ones.
Let me put it to you this way.
Has more power.
Maboko. Let me put it to you this way, right? You're like a loaf of bread, okay? You're like a loaf of bread. When I go into the supermarket, there are many loaves of bread, many from different companies. And all these loaves of bread are dying for my attention. So they have to be put in the right position for me to see this bread. It has to be branded the right way. It has to be fresh. Yeah, because if it's not fresh, or it's even, it's even been, how do you say it? It's not even in the right design. It's supposed to look a certain way. So I'm going to pick the best possible looking bread in there. And all of you are bread, and probably some taste better than others, but I'm going to look at the bread that looks the best. And I'm going to pick it up. The one that the cat has not slept on.
But you see, Kibe, for you to do that, to choose the best bread, you have to have added all these things to yourself as a man. So the scales are not the same. Because for me as a woman, all I have to pray for is that God makes me beautiful. I don't have to do anything else after that. You have to add money, you have to add the car and the house and everything.
Do you know, in my country, we have a show called The Wedding Show. If you see the women who get married every Saturday are some of the ugliest women we have in my country. Yeah?
But
yeah, so this beauty that you're talking about is not a consideration.
No,
is
that's
it fresh?
The best bread principle.
Is it fresh? And has it been branded the right way? Freshness is more important than beauty. And some of you are here trying to sell beauty, yet we see you're not fresh. So you're going to remain by yourself till the day you die because you're not fresh. You should be selling your freshness. That's what I was trying to tell Adele right now. Adele, go out into the streets and sell your freshness. Tell men that I am fresh. Somebody pick me out here.
Men are not human beings nowadays. I can't. Let me just stay alone. I don't need a man. Like, what do I need a man for?
Adele is in her feelings.
You see, Kibe, she's proving you are not the price. The men are not the price.
This chick has been since she was in class 3. What else does she know, man? All right. Let's move it along. Let me hear from.
Can I just drop one question and then I'll drop off?
Okay.
Mine is a very small question, Kibe. Somebody raised a point that women, we can now lie to be propositioned. Like, for example, if I have 3 children, I can turn around to a guy and still claim that I'm a virgin. What? Or something like that. How is that what guys expect, that women should make themselves to suit them? Or, that's my question.
Like you rewind your mileage?
I rewind my mileage to make him feel that he is the only person that's going to come to me.
Yeah, but how long are you?
So if I've got children, I can. Huh?
How long are you going to be able to hide that? So you're going into the relationship with the premise that you're a liar.
No, but he doesn't need to know that. If I just claim that the children I have are ones that I took from my cousin in Africa, or something like that.
Oh man, how long do you think you can keep that lie going? And then what are the consequences of him finding out? What happens then when he finds out that you've been lying to him all these years? Did you see the South African man who found out that the 3 kids he had were not his, and he had even moved in his mother-in-law to his house? Did you find out what happened? There was a clip that was moving around. Did you see, or should I tell you?
No. I haven't seen that one. No.
So this guy did a DNA on his kids and found out all his kids are not his, and the oldest one was like 20 or something. He took his gun, shot everybody in the house, including the mother-in-law, because she probably had taken him through hell for all those 20 years.
But the thing is,
then he drove to a petrol station. There's a video of it. And he stood outside the petrol station, and you could see him and all the voices in his head just speaking at the same time, and he was losing. He took his gun, put it to his mouth, and blew his brains out.
But is there any importance for a man to father a child? Can they not just... no, this is a serious question, Andrew. Because women, we carry the children. They are growing humans in our bodies. Do you see what I mean? So you can understand a woman's bond with her child to the extent that she can go around and do that nonsense.
Is there any importance for a man to be with a woman?
Is there any importance for a man to be with a woman?
Yeah, there's no importance at all. We
don't
need you guys. We don't need you guys at all. We can survive without you and live a better life. Look at Caliph. He's in Diani as we speak.
But then is it important for you to say, I dropped a seed, I planted my seed there? Is that important, or any child?
Only as long as you are agreeable with me. Once you're not agreeable, then I can even forget about you like you never existed. You and that seed. I have a lot of seed. I carry a lot of seed within me. I can impregnate the whole world. We only need 8 or 10 of me to repopulate the world. So we don't need we need more of you because of carrying. We need very few
point.
of me.
That's why I don't understand when a man will go and do something silly like that. Because if any seed will do, then he shouldn't be fussy whether it's his own child or not. As long as he's able to.
All you owe me right now as a woman, and Maboko, I need you to hear this very well. All you owe me is move on to the next person, because that is what a man is supposed to do. Now, when you come here with your deceptive ways and telling me these 3 kids are actually from my nephew or my niece who died or something like that, I can't use you.
I give up. But guys, please try some bromance. It's nice. I think it's nice. I'm going to go, Kibe. Thank you.
Mapoko, go back to the streets, please.
I'm going back to the streets, Khalif.
Kibe, before you move it on, I'm always wondering, why are women so concerned about how we relate to each other as guys? Are we supposed to relate exactly like them so that it can be seen? Now so that because Dylan or whatever he was saying, then he started telling me, sorry, I don't know, probably doing some cute, even crying and telling me we feel your pain, and all that nonsense. I don't know where do they insist on us even acting that way?
Yep. Yeah.
I find it weird, and the funny thing with it, Kibe, is what they also use it in feminism. That's why they are saying a man should be vulnerable, a man should cry. I mean, I don't get that nonsense.
But you know what you guys need to understand. There's been such an onslaught on masculinity for so long that they now don't even know who a man is. You cannot define a man anymore. There's been such an onslaught on trying to reduce masculinity to nothing, so that so the men cannot be men. They want to try and feminize the men. So now when men are behaving like men, they see it as something very out there. They don't understand it. Because remember, this feminism movement has been going on for about 50 years. So some of these ladies, even in their 30s and 40s, have grown up with no men in their lives. They had fathers, but the fathers were not men. So they don't know what men do. They don't know how men operate. So when they come here, they all want men to operate like women, because that's what men are being trained to be. Men are being given, those boys, have you seen boys in kindergarten being given, what are those drugs? Is it Adderall?
I know those drugs where they nab the boys, whereby the boy just remain there like some zombie.
Yes.
Because
so they're trying to get rid of the man in the boy. So he starts acting like a girl, and they're giving him girlish games and girlish things because they know. I mean, it's crazy, bro. What is happening? So for the last maybe 40, 50 years, there have been no real men in this world. And that's why the world keeps going to shit. So when they see men operating even with just a little masculinity, it looks like chaos to them. So when Maboko looked at what happened between us and Dylan, she's like, that's chaos. That can't be real. Because they've been teaching. Remember, the women have been the teachers. Eh? Remember your primary school, your secondary school, you've been taught by women. Women have infiltrated everywhere, even in the churches now. You can hear there's a woman pastor. She's praying over men. When did you ever hear that happening? A woman praying, laying hands on a man. What is that?
I've only seen that madness, and I could not even understand it. And even to make it worse, someone is there with some sweatpants, in a church with sweatpants, I mean, this God has to be a joke, Kibe. Sweatpants, Kibe, sweatpants.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so it's all a joke to them. So they want us to operate like them, and we can't. So yes, so once you become a man and you recognize that you are, then some things stop making sense to you. All right, thank you, Mkenya. Let me hear from Sam. Sam is here as well. Before Sam, hold on. Before you say anything, there's George and Gift. Do you guys want to say anything?
You guys are talking about old people. Oh, now you're silent.
I am the old person Gift is referring to, and I'm enjoying this conversation.
Oh, no. Actually, I was talking about Maboko.
Maboko is in what, her 40s, right?
Just say your age. Oh, okay. 40-year-old man is not at the... She's probably 70 now, but now Kibe is 40.
Yeah, a 40-year-old woman has no... unless she gets Nebuchadnezzar, there's no man for her, man. Yeah, I know.
But that's the age of your wife.
Which one?
Oh, your wife is... How many wives do you have?
Which one? Do I have a wife right now, bro?
Okay, the ex.
A 40-year-old woman there's no man in the world who would pick a 40-year-old woman. Why would you pick a 40-year-old woman? What could be going through your mind? Do you think I picked a 40-year-old woman? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That's the age of my wife? Is that what I picked when I did?
No,
I picked a woman in her 20s.
Oh, so now she's probably been with her for what? Shit, now she's old. She's like Mata Karua.
What's wrong with you, bro? What are you saying?
I think
this guy has what?
Mr. Canada missed the monologue at the top of the show.
Man, he's just a drag today. He's behaving like Dylan, such a loser.
Not even Dylan. He's behaving like Short Stroke from Mombasa.
Yeah,
when he was sent by women to start about you and your past relationship with your ex. And it was so weird coming from him.
Imagine.
Am I the only one listening to? Where is this guy going with this? Because when I mentioned this is what is happening, he took off for 2 weeks. And he just came back yesterday pretending to be this Confucius New Age movement theologist of mass knowledge. And I'm like, get the here, man.
Kibe actually senses from day one.
Listen, Gift, shut it. Shut it. Shut it. I don't have your energy today, so if you have anything important to say, you say it. If you don't, shut up. All right?
Now you can't even say you missed me, eh?
Now let me hear from Sam. Sam seems to have better vibes than your useless vibes.
Vipi Kibe?
What's happening, bro?
Yeah, actually, first of all, I wanted to say, yesterday I enjoyed one of your content that you uploaded on YouTube, the one of body counter.
Mm-hmm.
It was fire. And then I wanted to tell Maboko, they are the prize, eh? But when it comes to marriage and commitment, we are the prize. So we decide who we are going to commit to and who we are going to bring in our lives. And then the last question that I had, it was to Adele. How sure are you when you turn 25, you'll just get married like that? It's not that men are like fruits. You just go to the tree and pick at a fruit and you say, now this is mine. How guarantee are you, when you turn that 25, you'll get a husband? Yeah, that's all, Kibe.
Andrew Kibe is here for me. He's 40 plus and I think that's the age gap I'd want in a man. Yeah.
But the question is this, eh? The men that you want, do they want you?
Of course. Why don't they want me? What don't I have that a man wants and I don't have?
Oh, okay. But were you raised to be a wife?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
I think I can make a good wife.
Let's assume you're raised to be a wife. Tell us 3 explicit things you are raised to do for a man. Explicitly for a man.
Like being submissive to him.
How? How will you invoke that?
Being submissive.
Mm-hmm.
See, I think like maybe respecting him, being loyal, anything. Maybe akikuja kwa nyumba, he gets everything is in order. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Number 2.
Number 2, being submissive, loving him. It's my work as a woman to love my husband.
Women don't love. Love comes from a man.
Wow. So
yeah, because for you to love, it will come with conditions. Under conditions, this man is providing something. So that's not love.
No. Like that's it. To me, it's like it's kind of tit for tat, yeah? I love you, that's what you're saying, it's conditional love.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying, it's conditional. Okay, but me, I know I was raised to be a wife. At 25, 30, I think I'll be good.
If you are raised to be a wife, you would have been married by 21. I'm telling you.
I'm looking for that man whereby tukiishi, I'd live the way I want, not like the way he wants. Don't do this, I hate this. No, I don't love those crap. I just want to live the way I want. I want to do this. Yeah, I'm not seeking for permission from you. I'm just telling you, baby, or whatever, or how I'll be calling it, this and this, I'm going to do, not asking for permission. Like, I don't want that kind of life.
You've just proven you are not raised as a wife, to be a wife.
No, Atapama.
Yeah, it's okay. We the government also need workers, Yeah, so you just continue working and pay for taxes. And we also need you guys to work for us, like the way nowadays you work for us, like you work in restaurants, you just find female waitresses and M-Pesa shops,
honestly,
laptop
as
shops.
For me, Sam, I don't know if I was raised to be a wife. As for me, like, I don't need a man in my life. What am I doing for a man with? I don't need a man in my life. I just want to be that independent woman. I just want to stay on my own, provided maybe I have a kid or two. I just want to stay like that. I don't need a man.
One last question.
Cases are rising with, you sleep with somebody today, tomorrow this guy has killed you. Like, I don't need that.
One last question, Adele. At 50, how do you see your life when you can no longer work and you don't have enough savings in your account to push you for the next 30 years because you guys die at 80? How are you planning to survive? Because for us, we know if things don't work for us, we are ready to sleep on the streets and even be eaten by hyenas on the streets. Are you ready for that?
At 23, I'm trying my best. I'm working extra hard so that when I reach 50s, I don't suffer. That's why I'm at 23. Let me just work. Let me work for my kids, for whoever. Let me work. Let me do my savings. I don't want to suffer when I'm at 50. That's why I'm working extra hard now. I don't want to suffer. I don't want that kind of life.
Oh, okay. I hand you over to Kibe now. Okay, nice conversation though. Thanks.
No, Samuel.
Yes.
Finish her up. Don't.
Finish me up. How?
You know, Adele.
Don't move back.
Let me tell you one thing I came to realize with the young women nowadays. Most of you're working, and the jobs that you're doing is not that you're getting paid a lot. Most of you are just doing jobs. It's not that you're in your career. So assuming you're even paid 20 ngwizis or 25 ngwizis, how much are you spending in a month and how much are you saving? Let's even assume you're saving 10,000 a month. Like, how would you even invest that money so that it can feed you after your retirement? And these are the things that you're not being told. Because some of these jobs that you've been given, it's not because of your papers. It is because of your looks. You go to restaurants, you find waitresses with the same, and you think it's a coincidence. It's not. You go in companies, you are not even asked for papers. It's just because you are beautiful. Now you are the face of the company. And now imagine, at your youth, you're being employed because you're fresh, and you are being paid 20 ngwizis. By the time you are turning 30, 35, will you be even having the energy to negotiate for a higher salary? No. Now, the question is this. Would you have enough in your bank to make you survive for the next 30 years after you've finished working? And remember, now you have even kids. So even if you are being paid that in ngwizis, it will not be enough for you. So how would you survive after your retirement?
Sam, you see that little, like I just appreciate. Haba na haba hujaza kibaba. That little, even if I save 10 kids. And then talking of kids, I wouldn't want more than one kid. I just want to say, the economy is high. Why should I have more than one kid? Or maybe at most two. Let me just say two. For like in your haba, that small, I'm sure, I believe it will help me.
Let me tell you why you'd even want a kid, because now you'll make that kid your retirement plan. Yeah, because you will be no longer working. This is the kid that will be working for you. And then now you'll tell the kid, you know what, let me just come and stay with you so that you don't send me money for rent, you know. And that's what you guys are doing. Right now at 23, you can negotiate for a high-value man because you are young, you are youthful. At least let's just assume you haven't slept with many men, you know. Yeah. You can negotiate right now. You can get someone of a high-value man who can take care of you and work for you, you know. That's how the women of the past used to do. They used to get men to work for them. Now you're working for yourself and you're being paid 18 ngwizis, 15 ngwizis, 20 ngwizis. What kind of life is that, you know? You have to think outside the box.
Thinking outside the box, what do you mean that like by that? Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm employed. That 15 whatever, that's 18 whatever. That's my sweat. I'm working for that.
That's your sweat, yes. But the question is this, Look, 50 years to come, 40 years to come, 30 years to come. How would your life be? You know, I'm telling you this because I've seen it with my experience.
What are you trying to mean? What are you trying to mean? Like, what should I do? Okay, how are you advising me? There is nothing you're saying in 50 years to come. What's your advice to me?
You are young. Go get a man to work for you.
Excuse me? A man?
Yes.
Not really. I don't need a man in my life.
Be ready to suffer then.
It's okay, let me suffer on my own. I don't need a man in my life. For what purpose?
Okay, good. George.
Yeah?
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah, you belong to the streets.
Okay.
But Adele, if only, were you raised by your father and your mother?
Yeah, both parents. I'm a second born in a family of 6.
In a family of 6, and the firstborn is married?
No, not really. He's a boy, not married.
Oh, okay. And your mom, your father, what does he say about you and what you're doing in Nairobi currently?
I'm just working. I'm struggling to survive. Like, he does not want us home. Kwanza tukiwa wengi, he's like, I'm not going to feed big people. You're talking mwende.
You've just said you're struggling in Nairobi. Why would you choose to struggle and you're young?
See, because it's that, like, Stucky, I don't need a man at you. You just know how you men are.
So do you think it will be easier for you as you grow older if you are struggling right now?
I believe so. I hope so. Like, I'm struggling now to make the future be good. I'm struggling now, focusing on the future, hoping on praying that the future is gonna be well.
And right now, you know, what you're saying, you're struggling. Actually, you're finding it easier because you are young and beautiful, and maybe people in your industry are giving you favors or deals just because of your looks. Now, imagine as you grow older, do you think you'll get the same gigs?
I know I won't. That's why I'm struggling now.
So, if you won't get the same gigs, how are you planning to survive? Surely. Past your youthful time.
Niko na oko ya 800, si you pay for me.
You belong to the streets. George, Mchukue, please.
Kibe wanted to ask you something, Miss Adele.
Yeah.
Adele, you said that you'd like to have 2 kids.
Yeah.
And you don't need a man.
Yeah.
And you're broke.
Yeah.
How do you plan on getting those kids?
I think this God does not sleep. I'm very much sure I'll get a work and I'll get a job and I'll bring up my kids. Like, say if I need a man, I just need a man to plant.
How do you plan to get a man to give you kids?
I can get into the land. What's that? Just a seed.
So you're
just
willing
a seed. I have a womb. It's not like I can't give birth. I'm not barren. I can give birth. Just a seed. I can get a man who plants a seed on me and disappear from his life forever. So I don't need baby daddy crap. Oh, my kid, nonsense. I don't need that.
Why are you selfish?
No, it's not about being selfish. I just don't need. You see,
why are you selfish? Why do you need to bring a child and making that child not know who the father is? What's wrong with you?
I don't need these marital conflicts like being beaten.
Then why don't you stay alone? Why don't you stay alone?
Alone? I also need company. I need a kid. I need my house,
dog.
Kids running this seriously.
Get
a remote toy. A dog? No,
yes,
no.
Dog.
I'm not a
you can keep it.
Yeah. No. I need kids running around. I need kids calling me, mommy, this one, mommy, that one. Yeah.
So you just want to satisfy your own selfish need. It's not even about the kid's life. It's about your own selfish need.
No. It's the point here is that men are no longer useful nowadays.
Are you useful right now?
I am.
With what? What are you bringing on the table?
I'm on my own. I'm feeding myself. Like, I don't know. I'm not suffering. I think so. I'm working. I'm sweating.
800 shilling debt.
Okay, in fact, by the way. See, just occurred yesterday.
Like beyond the poverty line.
What? This is now too personal. You're kind of harsh.
No, it's not being kind. You're broke. You're broke, and you're talking about bringing kids. Not even 1, 2. You can't even afford to take care of yourself. Leave alone a dog.
I don't need kids now. Not now. Maybe 5 or 10 years to come. Like, not now.
What makes you think that 5 years from now things will be different for you?
I believe so. Like, I just hope so. I'm praying. Yeah.
Oh, you're praying. You're praying to a God that that you think He's going to bless you with a prostitute of a man to give you kids. That's the same God you're praying to?
I don't need one man to give me 2 kids. One man, 1 kid. The other one, 1 kid.
Do you know what you are?
What am I?
A prostitute.
Seriously?
No,
seriously?
No, it's the truth. There's no difference between you who wants to swindle a man and a prostitute.
What?
That's what you are. You just
if that's what you think, no problem.
You just give a long definition.
It's okay. I accept anything that comes on my way. I accept.
So you want to have kids, and those kids will know that their mom swindled a man of their seed.
They won't know. They'll grow up knowing their dad died. He was a police officer. He went to fight KDF now. Unfortunately, he never came back. Yeah, I've been raised by both parents.
Why would you want to not for your kids to experience the same lifestyle that you had?
Let me say, maybe, for example, I have friends. I've seen my friends suffering in marriages. Like, that's what I'm just trying to avoid. I've seen my friends suffering in marriages, like being beaten. You're pregnant. I'm like, I don't want to go through that thing. I don't want to go through that shit. I don't want someone's child to make me suffer. Stuck here. That's why, by the way, it's not about being selfish or I just don't want marital conflicts. Yes, what you concern, but to an extent of beating me. For example, when I'm pregnant, you're chasing me out, you're leaving me without food. Those are what I don't want.
Was your mother left without food?
No, I'm talking about my friends.
No, I'm talking about your mother. What?
Your father beat your mom? No, my dad is just one. Is just one in a million. He's been a nice man. And even if he has ever raised his hand on my mother, like we've never known since I was born, I've never seen it.
And so, do you consider yourself just like your mother? Do you feel like your mother swindled your father of his seed?
No, you see, men like my father at my father's age, those men were nice, eh? Not like nowadays. Say we don't have men. We don't have good men like our fathers.
But we have men for you to swindle?
Hey, like, see, unakuja sana, you are kind of well.
No, I'm asking, because you're talking about we don't have men in this world, but we have a
good man. I mean good men.
Oh, yeah, they are not good, but they are good enough for you.
Maybe, yeah.
Are you mad?
No, I'm not mad.
Hello.
Yeah.
Just yes. one second. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 second. Adele, mute your mic. Machaki, mute your mic as well. I see Gift was getting worked up there with his new Roadcaster Pro. I had to disconnect his so that we can hear him properly. All right. Maybe Adele is trolling you. You guys don't seem to see that. Let's move it along. Okay? Let's hear from Thick Bay. Thick Bay, are you there?
Hi, guys.
What's up? Thick Bay, your connection is horrible.
You can't hear me?
There's a lot of feedback.
Andrew?
There's a lot of feedback.
Okay, give me a minute.
All right. Who else is here? I see DJ T.
Acid Swing. To speak on behalf of another sweet simpler.
We keep
Machaki, just 1 second, Sam. I'm coming to you. Machaki, are you there?
I'm back, Andrew. Hi,
Kibe. Thick Bay, just log out and log back in. I'll bring you back.
Okay.
Log out and log back in. Machaki, go ahead. What's up?
Nilikuwa na advice ya nini Adele.
Keep it in English, yeah.
I guess. Okay, I'm sorry. Adele, I guess you guys are judging her, but you don't know her that much. You should check at her family background. Maybe she was not raised in an environment that ilikuwa na love, ilikuwa tuna full of love. That's why she's like that. And if you check well, by the way, she's still young. You guys are there popping. Like, it's crazy. You should understand from her level. She's young. She's not experienced. And plus, in a way, Adele, kuna venye, she's anaishi maisha ya mabishte wake. Like, how can you say that bishte yangu anapigwa? That's why I'm not interested in this. That's why I don't want to do this. I mean, it's crazy.
Do you think Adele is of sound mind?
Yes. From the look of things.
So she
if
says,
you go deeper.
She says she doesn't need a man, and yet she's going to swindle two men of their children, but she doesn't need a man. And yet she has been raised in a family where the man was there and the woman was there as a...
Surroundments around her, though, inaweza kuwa ndo imelead into all that, by the way. But she's still young, learning, so...
How old are you, Machaki?
I'm 23.
So you're young like her. Why aren't you as foolish?
Yeah.
Why aren't you as foolish?
It depends with experience, the kind of friends you put around you, and the parents pia wanachangia. So it depends.
So do you have a man in your life? Are you getting married soon?
No, I'm not getting married soon.
Why not?
I'm still studying.
Why not?
Because I still want to study and explore. So
explore what?
Of course, Kibe, huku nje kuna vitu mingi I need to know.
You like what? Give me an example. What do you need to know that other women have not found out till date? What is this?
Okay. For me, I want to travel.
Travel, go where?
Outside Kenya.
Who is this who's traveling that you have seen that you want to emulate them?
Nobody.
So this is in your head.
It's all.
Yeah, but you are 23. You have no money. You're still studying. You're a student. You're broke as.
That is after I finish school.
When will that be?
Oh, next month.
So which money are you going to use to travel the world like you want?
Oh, I'm studying. At the same time, I'm working.
So what job are you doing?
Oh, right now I'm doing a construction site.
What do you do at the construction site?
I'm a foreman.
So your work is to instruct people on what to do?
Yeah.
You're earning maybe 600-700 shillings a day?
I know. Yeah.
How much are you earning a day?
1,000.
So 1,000 shillings a day. Are you staying by yourself?
Yes, I'm staying by myself.
How much are you paying for rent?
7,000.
So if you're earning 21,000 a month, you are paying 7,000. What's the difference there?
I'm having other side hustles. I'm not doing that.
What other side hustles do you have?
I do work at night shift, selling liquor.
Selling liquor?
Yeah.
And how much do you get from that? What happened to this lady? Did she just disappear?
Kibi, can I say something?
Who is this? Sam.
It's Sam, yes. So, Kibi, as much as we might say Adele is trolling, trust me, there is some people or ladies here who think exactly the same as her. Because her case and Machaki's case, I don't see any difference. Why would you put yourself under all that pressure for nothing, just for money? And then at the end of the day, all this pressure from work, it makes them even grow older quickly. And that's what they don't know. And average people don't travel.
Who are these
Traveling
people?
Is not...
Have you seen women putting on their profiles that I love traveling? And you ask her, where have you traveled to? She's like, oh no, I'm planning to. There's always a plan to travel. These women are in their 50s, still making plans to travel.
Traveling is not for the average Kibe, and that's what they don't know, and nobody is telling them the truth. You want to explore. What do you want to explore? What is it that you want to explore?
Imagine a 23-year-old woman saying she's young. A 23-year-old woman saying she's young.
And already, she has experienced 10 years of having periods. She's remaining with another 10.
Yeah.
And then it's all done. Huh?
She's left with like 3 eggs. Okay, let me hear from Thikbe. Let's see if she's brought back fixed her mic. Thikbe, are you there?
I'm here. Is it fine now?
I guess. Yes, it is good. Go ahead.
Okay, Gift. Why are you being very emotional about that girl's story? The way you're bringing it out, it feels like you're angry. You're angry at such women because of probably what happened in your life. You're bringing your emotions and your anger to this child. Just leave her. Leave her alone. Let her make her plans. But you will make your plans, but the world will show you differently. So if she doesn't need a man right now, it's probably she's a child in her mind. So when she outgrows that stage, she will know what to do. She's thinking that she will only get a man and then have kids and then stay on her own. She doesn't know how challenging it is to raise kids on your own. So maybe age will show her that. Maybe time will teach her. So there is no need of getting angry. Gift. That's all.
Thikbe.
Yeah.
Gift is not angry at her. The problem is this lady will now go to the streets and also influence other young women. And that's what Kibe always say. You find out these women who speak like that are now going to girls' schools in high school, in campus and instilling this kind of mindset in young women who don't want to be like them. So we cannot just keep quiet, because if we keep quiet, we'll do things the way you women do things. You don't tell the truth. You just assume and just say God's time, God's time, God's time. We don't say like
the mindset she has, it has been sold for very many years, and we are pushing this to go out there and look for men to get married to. But even we have not equipped the men to be their ideal husbands. That's why they are getting this kind of influence that marriage is not a good thing, because there are no real men out there. The men that are out there are very weak, you know. So that's why they keep saying men beating up their wives while they are pregnant, and they get angry about it. If real men were out there, we would have more women opting for marriage than work, you know.
But these unreal men, where do they come from? They come from mothers. They come from women. You know, so it's a cycle. And if we keep... sorry?
I'm saying it's true, but again, we have to keep doing our work in equipping real men to go out there, you know, because now women have to keep on facing these kinds of men, and women being weak because of the kind of background they have come from, you know. So you can't blame her for having that kind of mindset.
But these men are not real to get married to, but they are real to swindle.
Yeah, of course, any man can make a woman pregnant, but it takes a real man to actually stand up to their responsibility. That's what she's trying to mean.
So my point is this: the men are not real enough to get married to, but they are real enough to swindle. So which problem are we solving here?
We are solving a problem of standing up to your responsibilities. Men are all they do not even value. It's very easy to go and get pregnant, and they will not even care about what comes next.
But when you do that, you're raising kids without fathers. So are you solving any problem in the society? You know, if Adele would have said, you know what, I don't want any man and I don't want to have kids, then you'll have said, you know what, it's okay. It's okay. You'll be the last one alive to die, and it ends like that. You had an agenda where you don't want a man, but you want the seed from a man. So you want to continue with single motherhood menace. That's what you're propagating.
No, what I'm saying is we want to have kids, but we don't want to get married. Why? Let's solve the why. Why people don't want to get married, but they still want to have kids.
And that's why Gift was saying she's selfish, because now if you want to solve a problem in the society...
Gift is just being angry at her. He's not even helping her, you know, because of all the questions he has asked. I didn't hear a solution.
No, the solution was this. Why don't she just stay alone? And I heard Gift saying that, you know,
that's
just stay alone.
Because she wants kids. Give her a solution. Tell her something. If you want kids, this is what you're going to have to do. This and this, you know. If you're saying that your friends are being beaten up while they are pregnant, what are you going to do about it to get a man who will be there for you without making you like what you're seeing happen with your friends? Because now you want kids, you know, instead of just telling her, why do you want kids? Because, you know, he's alone. So that is the solution he gives everyone.
Okay.
Sam.
Hold up.
Yes?
Hold up, Khalif. Hold up, Khalif. Sam, mute your mic as well. Yeah. Let's hear from, I think this lady, what's her name? Faith. Faith, go ahead.
Hi.
What's up?
Okay. Honestly, I feel as though everybody is attacking Adele to some level, but I also don't feel as though her way of thinking is okay, literally, because, I mean, she might have undergone some traumatic experiences for her to don't want to be with men, I don't want to see men, I just want to have that away. But honestly, Adele, you need to realize that you need a man. We as women, we all need men as much as we want to say, Ati, I can do it myself. Personally, Mimi, I don't want to do it by myself. Making money is an extremely hard thing to do. I do not like the experience. Mimi, if someone can just tell me, you know what, You've done well. It's okay. You just come, we chill. I'm going to make the money for you. I'll be very okay with it. But Adele, if you've seen something that has triggered some sort of trauma in you, you just need to decipher. Just learn what you need from a man and look for that. If a man shows you kidogo signs of being violent, leave the man, move on to the next one. I'm not saying you sleep with this man, by the way. Don't be sleeping with everybody out there. Hey, you're going to get sick. But if you find a man that you like, a man that's giving you all these things, he's providing for you, he's making you feel safe, there's no, just kubali tu. Just get married, have a beautiful family, get children, get dogs, live in a very beautiful house. But don't be out here saying men somewhere. Not every man are alike in that sense. Not every person is violent. Just get something that works with you, rather.
All right, that's Faith. Let's hear from DJ T. DJ T, what do you think? DJ T, are you there?
Kibe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm there. I would like to ask, I think, not really ask, but I think that most ladies are being into themselves too much, such that for them they had fathers in their lives, but they still don't want to give their kids that chance of having a father. So, and that's where now we are losing as a society. They are busy asking us that why are we having weak men? Yet they are themselves doing that, because most of them, you'll find them, they have boys, but the boys don't have dads in their lives. So that's where the problem comes from. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, DJ T. I don't know if I totally understood that, but Daudi, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Kibe.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to maybe to ask Nadia. Okay, because to me, maybe she seemed to get so much lost into making a career, or maybe building a career, but she's forgetting that she'll need a family, because these kids that she's saying she wants, they need to come from a family, you know. And having listened to her very well, she was raised with both parents, and she said that everything was just okay. So I'm wondering why maybe she thinks that maybe having a man is something wrong for her, you know. And I will ask her, maybe, is she ready to get kids? Because there's no way a man will give you kids and maybe you don't have the connection with the children, you know. Can he disappear with the children? Because she said that's all she's planning to do. Like, is that really okay with her?
Okay. Yeah. George, you want to say something?
Yes. I think we should have walked away from this story 15 minutes ago. when Sam asked her what if she was brought up to be a wife, she gave all these qualities that she thought Sam needed to hear. Then down the line, she stated that she does not want any man. She just wants to sweet the seeds, continue. That if it's so difficult dealing with a man, she just want to be by herself. So I apologize to all of you. I should have kicked her long time ago. Let's do the lady with the hands up and then Jo-Anne, and move away completely from that story of Adele.
Is that me?
Shareo, yes.
Okay. Hi. So if you're, in this specific situation, I think that you should work on your finances first, build some foundation there, okay? And then get yourself in a stable situation. It's sustainable. If you say that you can take care of yourself, that's great. But when you add on 2 other assets that you have to worry and care about, and make sure that they have a proper future and a future that's sustainable, you're going to want to ensure that you have the type of financial structure. If you don't have that right now, then work towards that and make that your focus. Start figuring out who you are as a person. Start thinking about some of the things that you can bring to the table for yourself, whether that be new hobbies and new ways in which you can provide wealth for yourself. And then move to make those kind of serious choices. And then if you do decide to add on a lifelong partner or a partner in this regard, then perhaps take the time to figure out who you are and what you want and what kind of criteria that you're seeking that will be properly going to make you happy as far as the kind of partner that you might want to seek, and then go for that. I think that you've just been around traumatic situations, and there might need to be, switch up the circles of people in which you're around when you're trying to seek someone that you're looking for a partner. That might help you. I know you've based it off of the kind of circumstances that you've seen around you. Try new areas and locations in which you hang out and see if the areas that you used to hang out with or the people you used to hang out with, see if you switch it up with other folks and see if that helps you change your mind about who you want to see as your partner. And if that doesn't work, try making sure that at least at the very most that if you do decide to move forward with having those additional children, which you will either need a partner to do, or you might go through a healthcare aspect as far as going to a doctor or something of that nature. Either way, try some healthy life choices. There's plenty out there, and just take the time needed to really assess and plan so that you have a healthy lifestyle while doing it. Take care for now.
Andrew Kibe. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Cheryl, life choices, life partner. You guys make it sound all so good. Why not just cut the bone? You cannot survive in this world without men. The men are the slaves. The men are the ones who make money. We don't have a problem making money. Do you guys know that? We have no problem making money. We have no problem going to war or to, being lumberjacks. We have no problem unclogging the sewers and going to the high electricity poles and working hard. We have no problem with that. We actually enjoy it. We love being firemen and all these other things in between, even the security guards. We love it because we know what we're getting from it. Women were not built to go out there into the marketplace and work. The one thing that women have is a womb that is viable, and the younger you are, the more viable that womb is. When you grow old, nobody wants you because you do not have a viable womb. You're second-hand. Nobody wants a second-hand womb. No. So use your time wisely. And right now that you're young, in your 20s, early 20s especially, ladies, if you're listening to me, if you're in your early 20s, use your time very wisely. And how you use the time is not going to school, not trying to look for a job, is trying to get the best possible man to go with into the future. Your future is man. The future has never been woman. The future is man. Get a man to walk with into your 40s, into your 50s, your 60s. That man has a much better plan than you. A man will out-earn you every time. Every time. So that's what you need. You need a man to give you that security that when you're pregnant, the man is still going to go out there and do what he has to do. We are very good at doing that, so don't worry about that. Let's move it along a bit. Sorry, Gift, what did you want to say? I see you're here.
I just want to get off this entire topic. There was something today that you were talking about on the afternoon show, the evening show, whichever the place you're in. And it was all about the man who asked the daughter to assist in helping, I think, pay the siblings' tuition. So what I want to ask, because it all comes down, there's a word you've used so many times, not once, not twice, for so many years, and the word is man up. don't you feel like that concept of manning up is actually some sort of ego? Like a man shouldn't be able to ask for assistance, or because the way you put it is, if let your father die, has there been a certain situation in life where a man is able to ask for assistance, even if it's from their own kids, or rather even friends or female friends if they have any? Because this manning up situation is actually getting so many men in probably depressed.
What is manning up to you?
For me, I'm trying to understand that concept of manning up.
But
because
you said
it's
getting men depressed. What is manning up to you? When I say man up, what do you understand when I say that?
It's like suppressing your weakness. You're like, you know what? Weakness. Find a way out.
And what is wrong with that?
Don't you feel like it puts most men in situations where they go to extremes? You literally gave an example and told this lady, tell your dad to go say.
Yes, if that's what it takes, then and it's still viable in the market, you can sell the assets. You know that. In Europe, there are places you can go and find extreme? Men because you're useless. You're useless. How can you be asking money from your children? That's a useless man. That's not a man. Imagine not just your children. You're asking for assistance from your female children. You gave birth to this, bro. You're useless. These kids are coming into the world depending on you, and now you've raised them, and now you're depending on them. You're useless. You don't need to be alive. You need to be dead, bro.
That's ego.
It's not ego. It's just that there's no value for you anymore in this world. All you're doing is taking. You're not giving anymore. You have no value. In the world, in the wild, that doesn't happen at all. Do you know in the wild, if a lion today, if it was to break its leg, it's no longer considered a lion. You know that? It's considered.
But that's like losing its prime.
It's called food. The day a lion breaks its leg, it becomes prey. It stops being a predator, it becomes prey. Now imagine this. Your father has had 30, 40 years ahead of you, and he comes and he would have planned himself better. He could have done so much more with his life. And then now, and the situation was like this. Let me just give the situation so that you understand. This lady, the father is going to her, asking her to pay for her siblings' school fees. The father is going to her, asking her to pay for the school fees of the siblings, who are the father's children. So the father, her mother, and they got a child, not just one, two boys. And this man is unable to take care of these kids. And now he's going to his daughter. Do you know how horrible that situation looks like? A man going to a woman. And because she has this title daughter, she has to do whatever she has to do to try and please her dad, because this is her dad. There's a special place in her heart for him. And now this man is manipulating his daughter to pay school fees for her brothers, who are actually his children. So his poor planning is now causing this girl a lot of stress, because this girl has not been built to handle that kind of stress. But men have been built to handle that stress. Did you know that?
What if a man breaks?
Let him break and die. You're of no use. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're of no use.
Kibe, you need to understand that every single man has their prime years.
Yeah,
there's a time it's all gone.
Yes, and if it's gone, then you die. We'll see you later. Let us take the children to an orphanage, because you have no use. Now you're stressing us more being in this situation, and you can't help. You're just a mouth to feed.
Okay,
yes.
I'll ask you a personal question. your life, everyone's life is just ups and downs. There are moments in your life where you felt like you lost it all. Is that right?
No.
Okay, there were you've had low moments in life.
I don't know what you're saying. Just get straight to the point.
You've crashed in life financially.
Yes, financially I crashed, and I didn't have what it takes to do what I needed to do.
Did you think of dying?
Oh no.
Did you feel useless?
I did what I had to do. I got employed.
What if the employment didn't come?
I would have, bro. I would. You see, that's the thing for man. You have to do what it takes. You have to do whatever it takes. You cannot just sit on the sidelines, ask your daughter to help you raise your own children. You do whatever it takes. You're a man. That's the thing. When I tell you man up, do whatever it takes.
Okay.
And if you break. I would rather you break than be a loser depending on your children. I would rather you break and we take you to a psychiatric hospital, to an insane asylum, and we can take care of you from there. Than you being here, being a bugsy. Your work is to depend on your kids. Imagine a man picking up his phone to call his daughter, asking her, hey, did you manage to get that loan so that we can pay for my son, your brother, school fees? Just take a second and think about that. You've had 30 years ahead of me as your child, and you're coming back to me to ask me for help.
But are you considering that life is so unpredictable?
Why isn't it unpredictable to this daughter of yours who seems to be making it? There's something you're doing wrong.
Because she's in a prime.
Yeah, then your prime is done and you need to die and leave the people who can handle the business. Take out this food, this mouth to feed. Because now you're just useless. Now you're in the world just adding to the pain instead of, there's nothing you're helping with.
Okay, yeah. I'll give you a scenario, Kibe. So many, I'm sure you've had this so many times.
But wait, before you give me that scenario, but does it make sense to you that a man would be calling his daughter, not even his son, calling his daughter, asking his daughter, and this man has a wife. He has a wife. These two came together before the children ever existed. And these two cannot come together to solve that problem of their own children. And now they're going to their firstborn, secondborn to ask them for money to help raise these other children that they got. I would rather deal with orphans. Because at least now I know what I'm dealing with. But how can I deal with grown-ups? I'm feeding you and then I have to feed your kids. Take yourself out.
Are you aware, Kibe, that they're men? I'll give someone like Omosh. You remember there was a time this guy came on radio, and I think on the interview, and he said he used to wake up every morning, dress up well, and leave and just to walk around town, to a point that there's a place in Nairobi that is called a jobless corner. A bunch of men who left their homes thinking, their wives don't even know that they don't have jobs. And they'll go sit there and do nothing because they are so depressed. Can you imagine the kind of thought that man is having?
Yeah, it's called a loser's corner, not jobless. Loser's corner. Loser.
What if this man can just get, that last straw to save him from that calamity in life?
From who? From who?
If it has to come from the kids, let it come from the kids.
To save your children are going to save their father? How stupid does that sound, bro? When did that ever happen? It has never happened. So let me tell you, a good man plans himself. A good man does whatever it needs to be done to take care of his family. If he doesn't do that, then he's not a good man. You cannot depend on your kids. Your kids are not an investment. You are the one who got those kids. So your poor planning is not going to be, it should not affect your kids. So some of these people are just pretenders and losers. They have shambas back home they can sell. You have a cell phone. There's something, you can be a hawker. I would rather you be a hawker and take your kids from that private school into a public school and do whatever it takes. Let people help you without you having to ask for help. But you're a loser that you pick up your phone and call your daughter as a man, asking your daughter, and you know she's not even earning that much money, putting your daughter through all that stress for her to send you money to pay for kids. Break and die.
What happened when your old man lost his his source of income?
Yeah, he became a loser.
And before your eyes, you saw your father as a loser?
100%. I saw him as a loser because he was unable to do what he needed to do.
And what if you had a chance to bail him out?
Bail him out and make him what? You cannot help your dad, bro. Once he's a loser, he's gone. Just like any other man. Once you're a loser, you're a loser. You cannot be helped from being a loser into something else. You have to want to dig yourself out. I cannot help you dig. The one thing that a man must do, that's why when I say man up, I mean, bro, start digging. Start digging. Let everybody see you're digging.
What if the digging ends up nowhere?
Yeah, then you're dead, man. Then we shall mourn you till we join you. We shall mourn you till we join you. In the by and by. We shall sing Kumbaya at your grave. George, what did you want to say?
I just wanted to point out at what you just told Mr. Canada here. When a lion is hurt in the jungle, it's no longer the king of the jungle. It's food. And that is what Darwinism theory is. Survival for the fittest. You pointed out at... so what you're asking, Andrew, is whether a man at his lowest, he should not ask for help.
Yes, even if the help has to come from their kids.
So there is help and there is handout. Are you asking for a handout or are you asking for a hand up?
Kibe doesn't consider both.
Let me give you a very vivid picture. And you mentioned him. He's a very good example that I like to use. Omosh. He got to a point where he was of no more use to planet Earth. I'm going to say it very slowly so that it sinks on everybody who is going to be shocked by the reality of it. When he wasted his life and went at the bottom of his existence, Omo should have died. And we would have buried him with honor and fond memories the way they buried Odwor. And we would have fixated in our mind what a great man he was, his pride. Now, we brought him back from the dead and we propped him up with money. And he promised the whole universe. All he needed was a camera, two lights,
and a tripod.
A camera, a tripod, and two lights. And he is back to his best self. How many years has it been now?
The entire COVID period.
He should have died and buried with honor. That is what Andrew is trying to tell you. There is no helping somebody who has run out in the cycle of Darwinism theory. It's survival for the fittest. When you break, you go. Now, he became a burden to everybody. Remember there was a house that he was given?
Which he wanted to sell.
He was looking to sell the house. Camera, tripod, naturalized twilly. What has he done with it? He waits for Andrews to mention his name, then he runs in front of that little camera and he creates content for 30 seconds. And then he's back to his old self. he has exhausted his usability as a man. It's not about ego. It's not about helping somebody. It's about, are you still useful? Remember the guy from yesterday who was smoking pot and asking for 100 shillings for fare from his father, but he has no problem having 500 shillings to buy the pot, right?
Yes.
And I asked him, do you think you are of any use to this planet? Is there anything you are contributing? Is there anything you think you still need to contribute to this planet? And he said yes. If he had said no, I would have told him to off himself. He's completely ran out the oil. But if you still feel there is something you need to contribute, then turn around your life, stop messing up with it in your head, and pursue your purpose. Now, the same cannot be said of Omosh, because we showed him that we are disrupting the Darwinism theory. We stepped in and we baby him now. Now he is our responsibility. Just like the father is now piggybacking on his daughter's life. Reality has no place for that. A lot of people should just fall over and open up that opportunity to other people so that we are so that we are no longer a burden to the people we have no business being a burden to. That guy you are referring to, that Andrew gave a story of, he has no business being a burden to his daughter. If you want to go to your Bible, it tells you, a good man leaveth inheritance to his children and his children's children. It's only in the black community where we flip it and now we impose black tax. Those are the harsh realities. If you remember when I was reading on, it was, you were there, it was on Agent 44's page, right? Spaces. Yeah. And I was reading a message from my daughter on Father's Day. And you remember where I told my daughter, I have no interest in old age, but you and your brother give me a reason to live. Do you remember that message?
Yes, I do.
Yes. I want quality life. And as soon as I become a burden, hey, I'm out. It doesn't matter whether I'm 40, 50, 70, or 105. I'm out.
And would you consider bailing?
Would I consider what?
Like bailing someone, like, maybe they're clinging to the last straw of life, and then you bail them out. Like, and I'm not talking about handouts here. I'm talking about just a one-time situation.
Give me a solid real-world example.
Maybe your old man's business just, because of COVID, it went under. And as the son, you tell him, you know what, Dad, is there anything that you need? He tells you, no, I'm thinking of getting this, and this, and this. But I don't know how to get that. And then you go ahead and bail him out. He's already been vulnerable to you as the son.
I can guide them on how to get a bank loan. And in the case of you and mine's Western world, how to get federal aid.
PPP loan.
Or say, okay, this is the situation. How much percentage am I getting of the business? This is the realities of life. This is how 99% of the world operates. It's only when it comes to black people, we want to impose the black tax. And that's why the dynamics are inverted. You have no business being in this world if you cannot afford to be in this world. You have no business being in this world if you're a burden to your young ones. It only makes sense in the Black community and nowhere else. It's not real life. Serve your purpose, be at your best, and then you're out. But don't be a burden as an adult. That's what Andrew keeps saying. You have had 35, 40 years head start at life before you have these offsprings. And now you want to guilt them into propping you up to live a life you shouldn't live.
But George and keep it just
no. This is Joyce George. Okay. My craziness is my craziness. Go for it.
Okay, so just to understand, the man-up stereotype is actually making so many men hold up information about either when they're crashing or when they're going through something. They can't talk about it. Just because you've been told to man up.
I grew up in the village. And let me give you an example of my neighbor. This is when KWAL, Kenya, what was that wine company, Andrew? KWAL or something? Kenya Wine something.
Kenya Wine Agencies, yeah.
Yes, it used to be a government agency, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, it was.
So these young men just married and had 3 children. He was at the top of his game working for KWAL. And then for some reason, he got fired. And he gathered the little he had and he started raising pigs. And he buried all his effort in raising pigs. And when his pigs started picking up, he started raising chicken for the broilers. The broilers are the one for meat. And this is deep in the villages of central Kenya, where we only see a car once a month. And people in trucks from the city would come to the village to pick up the pigs. This used to be Farmer's Choice was the only, market for pig. Farmer's Choice would come and pick it. Would be a spectacle when they come pick up the pig. And then Ken Chick would come and pick up his chicken. And he built himself from that low life that he was dealt when he got fired at KWAL, and he started this business. Then he got into an argument with his dad, and his dad chased him away from that piece of land. So he had a huge tank to supply water for the animals, and he had all these houses for the pigs and the chicken. He lost all of it because of the argument with the father. He gathered the little money he had and he bought a tiny little piece just around the corner. And then what did he start doing? He started raising silkworms. A complete out of the ordinary phenomenon. And he picked up himself from there. And then when it came to, those faces that people say, oh, these are the best cows to raise, he brought the best cows and started selling milk. These are the best milk goats. He started bringing that. I have seen that man down so many times when we were growing up, but I have never seen him stay down. That is what Andrew was talking about. Man up. not a mosh style of piggybacking yourself on everybody else, and you become a vagabond, useless piece of a burden to the entire ecosystem.
Yes, sir. That was a nice convo between the two of you, man. I like that. I like that. Khalif, you have something to say. Let's bring in a few more voices. What do you think?
I disagree with George. I'd say we need to help our parents as grown-ups now. Parents are a blessing. You need to start by them. Even if they don't want to be helped, it's good that you keep sending the list that you have at the end of each month.
What you are explaining is called appreciating the parents, which most of us do. That's totally different from helping the parents. Appreciating the parents.
I personally, to me, there's no difference. If now my dad needs help in any way, shape, or form, I will do my best to help. I will not argue, will not discuss anything. He needs X amount, I will try my best to reach that X amount.
All right. Okay, Khalif will do whatever it takes to help his poor father. Yeah? Poor human beings out here need help. What's wrong with you guys? Let me hear from the blender.
Kiwi.
What's up?
How's it? How's it, guys?
Great. Talk to me.
In the space. I hope you're good. You know what I've learned? Hey, George, that's a very nice story there. Hey, I like that stories. I love them. Those stories, I love them. You know, what I've learned about life is an experience. And yes, you may find somebody suffering. He needs like help. But you must check this. I'm not trying what, but you must check it. How much oil do you have left in you? Because of, sometimes you go out, yes, you want to help, but you have nothing left in your oil. The only oil that is left is for you. It's provision for you, for your own survival. So, yeah, you can do, but you must understand something. What will happen if, yes, we help, now at the same time, later, you are the one who needs help now. So who's going to help you? So you must check on that as well. So, yeah, I'm not against helping anyone. You can do it as long as you have much oil. But some, you have a quarter of an oil. Then you go and help and you are left with none. Then who's going to help you? You can wait there at the corner for years and years. Or maybe die without getting any help because of you have used what was left for you. Yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you.
All right, thank you. Have you guys ever heard this saying, necessity is the mother of invention? Necessity is the mother of invention. Now, Africa has become so dependent on aid that we cannot think. We've become so dependent on aid that we cannot think. We cannot imagine going one day without food. So we'd rather sell our birthrights because you cannot go one day without food and think of how to get out of this situation. I want you to take a second and understand this person is asking his daughter to help him raise his sons. You can appreciate your parents all you want, but they cannot be a burden on you. You can appreciate them all you want, but they cannot be a burden on you. The minute they're a burden, then they're just like any other person in the streets. You can appreciate them. You can even buy them houses and cars and everything, but they should not be a burden on you. Don't let your parents guilt you into having to take care of them. Remember, they're the ones who are here first, not you. I've never seen anybody come here before their parents. Show me somebody who came here before their parents. I will leave what I'm doing and just throw myself off KICC. Show me somebody who came here before their parents. Nobody. Why? What is this ego that you keep feeding, saying, I'm helping my parents. I'm such a nice man. I'm such a nice woman. I'm help them. They have to toe the line. Toe the line just like everybody else. You made your mistakes. Now you have to deal with them. Some of your parents need to sell the piece of land that their house is on and fix. They need to go back to the village and sell all the property they have there to fix their lives. Some of them need to know that they can fix. They cannot be depending on you as a child. Don't get married. Don't get children. Like now, what was her name? The lady who was here, Adele. You're going to get children, and then after some time, you realize that you are of no value to the system anymore, because there's no one who loses value faster than a woman. Women lose value from around 30, 35 years old. The system doesn't want them anymore. Now what do? They're going to force these kids of theirs into programs, into all this shit, and hopefully that this kid is going to take care of them later. You cannot do that. You are supposed to make sure that you leave an inheritance for your kids, not the other way around. It seems very harsh, but it is ridiculous. The black community has been unable to progress. The black community has been unable to progress because of this one stupid thing that we keep finding ourselves in. A grown man he's asking his child to take care of him. Well, you should be tied to a pole and whipped. The Phenom, are you there? The Phenom. Is it Phenom or Phenom?
The Phenom.
Go ahead.
Hello everyone in this place. So my point is, I think for these parents who burden their kids, it starts from their mindset, because from the onset they invest on their kids as an investment, that thinking that the kids will come out life, reap the benefit that they planted on the kids. I think the current generation needs to change that. We need to not to look at the kids as an investment, rather than give them a life for themselves and let them explore whatever they want to do in life, rather than thinking that in old age the kids will come and look after the old folks. Thank you.
All right, thank you, my man. Appreciate that. That's the Phenom. Kids are not an investment. Stop investing in your kids thinking that one day they're going to give back to you. It's not a business. This is your ego that you're feeding every day. And 99.999% of all the kids are unremarkable, talentless, thick as a bag of nails. How many Tiger Woods have we seen in our generation? How many Tiger Woods have we seen? Because here you are thinking your balls are full of Tiger Woods. How many Tiger Woods have we seen? One. How many Michael Jordans have we seen? One. Mike Tyson's? One. Michael Jackson? One. Eliud Kipchoge? One. There's only one. In billions of human beings. Billions. So who gave you this stupid idea in your head that you have such remarkables, that you are the special one? That you're walking around just waiting now to impregnate a woman and now raise this wonderful child who's one day going to be a LeBron James. Your kid will probably be working night shift in industrial area, earning 16,000, 17,000. Now they have to join 3 circles to help your lazy. What a loser you are to depend on your children. You're a loser. Even God is looking from heaven like, I make a mistake with that idiot. Loser. Let's hear from Gregory. Gregory, are you here?
Hi, Andrew. Yes, I am here. Just barely awake. I like what you're saying. I really like what you're saying. It's a wake up call, basically. I think that the kids, or when they grow up and stuff, they should be able to, live their own life and stuff, and just follow their dreams and stuff. Now, I don't know how many, for example, turn out to be low job class like butchers and stuff in our country, but I do know that far too many, just like you're mentioning over there in Africa, are getting fucked by the system as well too, and it's getting it into an effect in their minds that we have to follow the system instead of actually showing our own path. I mean, I even feel that way and stuff because of how I was raised, but I told you that before. But it's what I'm trying to say is basically that it's very becoming independent or something feels very hard, especially when you get into upper age and need like codependence or a partner or something. But I don't know, man. I don't know how to feel sometimes. I just look at this world. I see it. I see where it's going, and I just wonder what is different about these new kids and generation that my generation wasn't like this at all.
Okay, Greg, you're right. You seem like you want to go sleep, man. You're sounding a bit groggy.
Yeah, but did I make sense?
No, it's okay. I get your point. Let's pick this up tomorrow from you. Get some sleep, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Greg. You have to wake up as a man. Do not ever go into this mode of I need to be helped. Helped by who? Who's coming to help you? Beg if you must. Yeah? Die in a hail of bullets. At least that would be a better story. Imagine, we'll be talking about George saying George died while he was performing a heist. That would be a much better story sitting around than saying George died in a depressed. Muhofu, are you there?
Hey, morning, people. How are you?
What's going on? There's a lot of noise there.
It's the seagulls just jogging by the seafront.
All right, what do you have to say, Muhofu?
Yes, I do agree to a less extent to what you're saying. Because as a father, sometimes you make some sacrifices for your kids. It's like an example that I can give you. When I was a little boy, my only dad made a sacrifice. In my family, we are 16 boys and one girl. And my daddy sacrificed to bring us all to UK. And when he did achieve that, we had to sit down with him to say, now, Father, look, you are heading to 60. You had to go home, relax. So every month we could arrange all the kids to put £100, we send him that 1,700 back home to Zimbabwe until when he died last year. So as you don't need to just abandon your parents, man. Was for you to be there, they made some sacrifice. What about your father? If he just brought you here and he ignored you, will you be where you are now?
Then it's his problem. It's not my problem. I'm his child. He's not my child. Yeah. So the person. Why would you consider it? Why would you consider it a sacrifice? Because your dad is just doing what he has to do. He brought you into this world. It's his duty to take care of you. Now, if his duty has UK in the mix, then we're all moving to UK. It's not a sacrifice. Why would he guilt you through it?
It's not guilt to me, but it's just a responsibility that you have to take.
So
you don't need to forget your parents because you got your own family. Because right now, what I call my family is my wife, my kids. That's my family. The others, they are siblings. But I don't need to forget where I come from. We have to check it back.
So who are you taking care of?
Right now, I'm taking care of my older kids now because my old man is no more.
So your wife.
But if he was there, if he was there, believe me, I will even break the bank for him.
Mhofu. Do you depend on your kids or do your kids depend on you?
My kids are too young.
Just answer the question the way I've asked it.
No, they don't. They are still young, my kids. So I think
just,
you know
just,
the answer.
Just answer the question. I want to make it as simple to you as possible. Do you depend on your children or your children depend on you?
They do depend on me.
How many kids do you have?
Right now, I've got 6.
6 kids. So did you know what you were doing or were you in a trance when you got 6 kids?
I know what I was doing.
So you are able and capable of taking care of them?
No problem, yes.
Yes. So would you ever, in the near future, think that your kids would one day be taking care of you?
No. From how I see life now, Kibe, I had kids because I love kids. I do not have kids because I need to be taken care of. No.
So you got kids
my kids
for your own selfish interest,
because
right?
I love. Yeah, because I love kids.
Yes, so the kids are for you. You're not the other way around.
Not like it's an investment. No.
Yes, so it's not an investment. You brought the kids because the kids make you happy. That's why you got 6 kids. So it's up to you to take care of these kids.
Yeah.
It's up to you to make sure that it's your duty because you're the one who got the kids. The kids didn't get you. You got the kids.
I did miss that.
Yeah, I'm saying you got the kids. The kids didn't get you. The kids didn't come knocking on your door one day and then they said, we want you as our father. Did they do that? No.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, so you were conscious when you were doing the act of with your wife and you got 6 kids and you knew what you were doing. And as a man,
100%, I knew what I'm doing.
Yes, and as a man, you're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that these kids live a certain type of life.
That is right.
Yes, and even to a point where you want to leave them an inheritance. Isn't that the case?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you want to leave them an inheritance, means that by the time you get into your old prime age, then you must be way above them in terms of even resources because you've had all this time ahead of them in life, right?
Yeah, I think we are saying we want the same thing, Kibi.
Yeah,
so
you told me
you like your mom to be working when he's 70s.
You told me that your dad made sacrifices for you guys. That's what you said.
That's true.
Yeah, but it's not true. Your dad did what he had to do for you guys because he wanted you guys in his life, not the other way around. So he didn't make any sacrifices. Why are you using the word sacrifice? Because that word sacrifice puts you under so much guilt, which is now why you felt you had to kiss back.
When I say sacrifice, I'm trying to do maybe he had a vision that he had to do this for his kids. Then we made a plan for him to go and relax.
He was not doing it for his kids. He was doing it for himself. Because the kids are his.
That was his responsibility.
No, the kids.
That was his responsibilities.
Okay, I asked you just now, the 6 kids you have, are they yours or are you theirs?
I am there, so the kids, they are mine.
No, answer the question. Are the kids yours or are you theirs? You decided to get the kids. The kids didn't decide to get you. So if you do anything, come on. Don't be thick. Just answer the question the way it's supposed to be answered. You got the kids. The kids didn't get you. So you owe the kids. The kids don't owe you.
You might put it that way, that the kids, they don't owe me. What about if I get to a certain age?
Yeah,
are the kids not supposed to look after me?
No, if they do that, you're a loser. Just like your dad.
In what way?
Yeah, because the children should never have to take care of their father unless it is something to do with health, and even that he should have planned himself. Now, if you go to countries that are developed and people who have a much bigger brain than the black brain, because the black brain seems to be back in their old ages, right?
I get you.
They made plans for old age. Why doesn't the black man make plans for old age? It surprises them that one day you're just going to find yourself old. How is that a surprise?
But one thing that you are missing, Kip, we are more like the African guys. We got our own culture, and we try to keep the family intact. If you get what I mean.
Our culture.
So it's like
our culture.
It's more like a tradition. It's more like a tradition that you is the firstborn of the family. If you made it in life, sometimes you can pay the fees for your little brothers. If your fathers, maybe he can or maybe he can't, but I should be able to say, no, father, I can help you there.
Your father is a loser if he's going to demand of any child to take care of any other child.
He's not demanding, but you are offering.
Yeah.
That no, I can do this for you.
No. It's useless. It's a useless gesture. And your father should be able to take care of his kids. You should never have to take care of another man. A man should be able to take care of himself. Don't you agree? Aren't you raising your sons to be self-sufficient?
I can raise my kids to a certain age, but then I will let them go into the world now so that they can fend for themselves.
Yeah, so they're going to be self-sufficient. Why does your dad reach a point in this world that he's not self-sufficient?
It's because we requested for him to stop what he was doing, to go and relax.
Yes, because of your egos. Because somebody told you that your daddy sacrificed himself so much. And now you became like women, emotional, while your dad didn't need that from you. Your dad did what he had to do for his children, because those 6 kids were his. Just like these kids you have right now are yours. You need to do whatever it takes. Whether you're going to become a truck driver or a janitor, you're going to do what it takes to make sure your kids are comfortable based on the level of life that you're in. Isn't that true?
Yeah, but are we not supposed to break the chain of poverty?
With 6 kids?
Even with 12?
Then maybe you need to stop having kids. If poverty is such a big deal, then you guys are having too many kids. Some of you need to stop even getting married and first fix the poverty issue.
I think maybe the way we see life is not the same, my brother. Because I think as a man, you can still help your brother, no matter he's an older brother than you. He's a man. You can still help him if he is in difficulties. You can still take care of your brother, your uncles.
No.
A good example, my brother. A good example. We are all from Africa. Me, I'm from Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Things are not okay there. If I ignore them in Zimbabwe, then the time you go there, you'll be surprised the whole generation is gone. Why is it gone? Because I decided only to look after myself.
So the generation is dependent on you?
If I can manage it, if I'm not complaining
I'm asking a question.
Is that going to kill me, man? If
the
I
generation,
take £200 and give it back home for them to buy food?
The generation is dependent on you for their survival.
No, I didn't say the generation is dependent on me, but I'm saying if I can afford, take even 200.
Why are you changing what you just
something to eat?
You just said that you might go home and find that they all they all died. So the generation is dependent on you for survival, and that makes sense to you in your head that a generation can be dependent on one man for their survival. Yet they are grown-ups. In a country like Zimbabwe, where the white men have so much land and they're making so much money, don't you think it's a mind problem? It's not a resources problem.
It's a mind problem on what? On the African side?
Of course, it's a mind problem on the African side. The Africans are the ones who have this problem, not the other people.
So in short, you are trying to say all the African countries with the state that they are right now economically, they are more like shithole countries?
Not they're more like they are. And that's why it's called black tax. There's no word like white tax. Do you know that? It's called black tax because it's something that has been observed over a period of time. That the black have kept themselves down because they keep having to depend on their children to take care of them. So their children are never able to grow, and they keep, this cycle has never stopped. For the last like 50, 60 years, it's been the same cycle over and over and over again.
How can we break it then?
Yeah, yes, let people die. It's a high time people start dying. We are keeping them alive for too long.
My brother, don't be like that, my brother. Okay, nice. It was nice talking to you, but I don't think we should let people die.
Oh no!
When we can help them,
you help them. You keep helping them. Thank you, man.
Oh, I thank you, brother.
All right, Andrew, just 30 seconds. Let me draw a conclusion, a comparison for you, and Gift. On the same show, on the same chair that Omosh was seated and interviewed by Jalango, where we came to know of his misery and his misstep and everything. On the same chair, on the same seat, was a young lady called Vanessa. We all know her as cartoon comedian. You go there and watch her story, a very sad background, where she was telling us how she could not even afford school fees. Whoever has the microphone, please mute yourself. Wanjiko, yes. And she was telling us that she would go to school for a brief moment and then she would drop out and she would team up with her mom and they would look for school fees, and then she would go to the school and beg the teachers to accept her back. That was her life. And what did she want when she came on Bogana Jalas? A camera. Just like Omosh. So Omosh gets the camera, Cartoon gets a camera. Now, 1 year later, we can look on Cartoon's YouTube channel, and what we see within that year, she got the help she needed 1 year ago. And you go and look now what she has done with the help and the camera that she got. And what we know now is she has even ventured into the world of music. She got a hand up. Omosh got a hand out. And those are the two distinctions. So I hope this now sinks squarely on Mr. Gift here. The distinction between assistance for a brief moment, for a brief period of time, because you just need to get over on the other side. And this perpetual downward spiral dependence on others for survival. All right. Let's continue from there, Andrew.
All right. Paul Mboya, are you there?
Yeah, Kibi.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So one time Steve Jobs made a speech and he said that you can only connect the dots when you look backwards. So when Andy was giving her scenario, another person came up saying, what should she do? And we also had the same question here. How do we solve the issue of poverty within the Black community? I think this is the time when everybody should be able to connect what you've been saying. So for the young men, I think I'm already above that bracket of youth as it is defined constitutionally. For the young men, this is the solution. Use your youth to amass resources to take care of your family and you at a later stage. My advice to anybody who is in his 20s, I'll tell you this and probably other speakers will agree with me. As a young man, you tend to have a lot of opportunities and enough money between the ages of 20 and 30. Unfortunately, there's always an assumption that you can still be able to get more as you grow older. And for that reason, you spend recklessly, think nothing about saving, think nothing about reinvesting, investing the money for it to multiply thereafter, with the assumption that I will continue to make more as I grow old. Unfortunately, by the time you reach 30, you are no longer useful in terms of risky situations because food is looking at what will be the cost if a risk occurs. Will you be able to reinvent yourself? So you find that you'll have to go out of your way to make yourself better, not another person to make you better. But at 20s, you have all these options of somebody saying, let me try it with you, and you can be able to be a better person, and you can grow and be all that. But remember, while doing that, you don't save anything, you don't invest with the thinking that you will make better. So how do we solve this thing that is happening to us? Don't get kids early if you do not have a projection of how they will be. Because when you get kids early, get into commitments and relationships, as we've been talking about early, it is like eating the seed. I think, Kibe, you talked about it in one of the YouTube videos. Instead of eating the grain, you eat the seed. So the solution is, as young people, those who are still here and think that they are still too young, save more, invest where you can. Saving is not, let me say, invest what you have. Invest what you have so that it can multiply. Don't even do the saving. It doesn't help much. Invest more. Take more risk. Don't spend extravagantly in your youth. And then there's something that happens with the youth who get into corporate world. There's this assumption because there's a next salary slip. It doesn't matter what you do with this one. And out of lesson, as we can always share, and we've always been sharing lessons, when you spend your paycheck to zero, and saying you know that the other one is coming, you've just eaten into your future. You've just eaten into your future. Solution: invest what you have at your early age. Don't spend extravagantly in the name of another one will come tomorrow. Settle down, you'll realize that you have enough resources. You have some few pigs or goats somewhere. You have some piece of land that you can be able to use for a ranch somewhere. And by the time your children come, they have something to continue with, which Kibe is saying, leaving inheritance for your children and your children's children. That's the thing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ponboya. I'm thinking, and you guys, let me put some context on that story that we've been discussing for the last maybe hour or so. This girl who is being made of these demands by her father has had to take a loan, a very huge loan, that for the next 1 year, she can do nothing with her salary but repay the loan and survive. So there's no future for her right now. There's no foreseeable future that makes sense because all she's doing is sorting somebody else's problem. So she's not building herself. She's not sorting anything for herself. She's sorting her dad's problem. The dad is unable to go to the mom to ask for the money and the mom has her own business. The mom is standing on the sidelines watching this house burning, and she can offer no help. And these are her children. Why would you think that you care more about somebody's kids than they do? Let them do what they have to do. Let them do what they have to do. Let them go to the president of the country, or let them sell everything. Men do whatever it takes. That's what when we say man up, a man does whatever he needs to do to sort the situation out. If he has to go back and humble himself and become a cleaner, as he's recalibrating his life. But you're not going to sit as a loser depending on other people for handouts, that every month I'm waiting for you to get your salary, then I'll come to you and take a certain chunk of that salary from you. What have I done? I've wasted my life. I'm a loser. Who wants that? Imagine as a man, somebody else taking care of you. You're a man. Another human being is taking care of you. You've been given all this power as a man to go out there and change the whole world. But no, that's not good enough. I'll just sit at home and let the women work. When did you hear of that? Robo D. Our Nigerian brother.
Hey, Mr. Kibe.
What's
Good
happening?
morning, sir. Man, plenty things. Okay, on the topic. Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Go ahead.
I think, number one thing I want to say is to say no is not a sin. Saying no is not a sin. It's not every request you say yes to. There's this story, a folklore of how the snake got its backbone. It went to the earthworm and asked to borrow its backbone, and after he borrowed it, he didn't return it back. That's what some people are actually doing now. You know, money you're supposed to use to do something significant and make yourself stand, because if you are not standing, you can't help anybody to stand. And one of the things I see, especially you see a family where the father gives birth to 8, 9, 10 children, sometimes even 3, and they can't even take care of that small, should I say, I won't call that small, that number of kids, and you see they throw the whole responsibility most times on the first child or the first daughter, and the person gets a job. The person cannot even save. Sometimes I see first children who can't even start a family. Why? Because they're taking care of their younger ones. They can't even do significant investments because of that same challenge. But they have a father who is standing to peace and is peacing comfortably and is still impregnating their mother. So we all have to, it's tough love, but we have to be wise. Another thing again, for people who are, should I say, still actively giving birth to kids, be careful when you claim your wife, because it's risky with the way we have global inflation right now. Things are skyrocketing, prices are going up, and people don't consider, they don't work circumspectly. Understand? So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Robo. Let's hear from a lady now, Octavia.
Good morning.
Yes.
The hosts and the speakers and listeners. Today's topic, actually, it's like you're touching my heart or touching my life. It's like the same background I'm in. We're a family of 9 kids. Thank God all the parents are still alive. But I'm the second born, provided I'm my lady. It's like, at first I thought I would carry all the burden. We find you're paying tuition, like school fees for your siblings, and remember our parents are still there because they always come crying to you, we need this, we need that, so I would fix and provide. But right now, I think I reached time and I said I should learn how to say no, because I reached at my 27th year and I'm like, I've been working, but what do I have for myself? Everything I'm getting, it's going home. Then I was like, I should start saying no. At first, my mom took it personal. Actually, to be surprised, those parents, they even fight. They say bad words to you, that you're becoming mean because you've got some small money, you no longer want to care. But I just stood and asked her mom, if I wake up and get married, what will I do for my family? What do I have to show? What shows that I studied and I've been working? I said, Mom, from now on onwards, I'm giving you this much capital. Start a shop or start something that you know you can manage. Start taking care of the small needs for the family. Dad, you're still working. He's a teacher. You're still working. School fees, I'm done. Meet the needs. I will only provide shopping for the kids who are going to school. School fees and everything, you will do. But right now, at first it was hard. It was too much words, too much arguing. But now they came to terms with it. They knew. Now she has said her word, she has said it. I only come in where it's possible. where they have failed, like I also see they have, and provided I gave mom some small money to start something, it did help. So what I wanted to tell my brother, who said he always helps the family once in a while when they are bad off, stop giving them food for today. If you want to help someone, get something, tell him start something for yourself. This is capital, start something for yourself. I will not be giving you every month. That's how you're eliminating poverty. But if you keep on providing food to someone, tomorrow they're going to come back because today they've eaten that money and it's finished. So tomorrow they need to eat again. Advise them, let them start something for themselves. You even be point blank. Let them get mad at you because after all, we're not selling ice cream here. We cannot make everyone happy. Tell them, I'm giving you this much. It's your capital. Start with it. Manage it. I'm out of your life. That's what I'm doing for my siblings also. And it has helped me because mom cannot call me for soap. He cannot call me for anything. Whenever she calls, I say just your other sons are working also now. Call Robert, call this one. They'll provide. So I showed her that I'm not there always. So that one helped also in reducing the burden I was carrying. Otherwise it's too much. 8 siblings all on my back. It was heavy for me. So I had to make my parents realize I also have a life and I'm planning to get married. And I intend to get married when I have something for myself, not looking at my husband to provide everything. So another thing for the young ladies and boys there who just started working, you're from the university, you're at 24, and hey, you're rushing to get married. With what? What will you do in that family you're starting? You've just started working and you're getting married. Please take your time. Relationships, they are necessary. We all need, they always say, I need to produce and grow old with my kids. How are you going to grow old with a kid suffering the same way you've been suffering? You want your kid to start begging for books from her aunties, begging school items from the relatives. When you're there, we've gone through that, and I wouldn't want to see my kid going through that. I would rather be old when my kid is young, but when I can provide when I'm still alive. So rushing into marriage to get babies to grow old with the babies when they are suffering, it's a no way. And
Octavia, hold up. George, you seem to want to say something to her.
Yes, I wanted to remind Octavia that even with the best of intentions, you yourself learned that you just cannot help everybody. You bought a vehicle for your brother or somebody in your family.
Yeah.
Without you telling them this is your vehicle, you made them believe they are managing the vehicle for you. And what do they do with the vehicle?
He tried cheating me. He would tell me it's in the workshop every day that he's no longer working, yet he was working.
And he was doing this because he thought he was taking advantage of you.
Yes.
Because you had told him every day or every week, said this amount to my bank, and then the rest is yours. But the whole time he was self-destructing himself.
Yes.
Because in your mind, the business was his.
Yes.
But he could not even manage it. And there is a verse in the Bible that says, Jesus himself said, how can you be trusted with a little, with much, if you cannot be entrusted with a little? How can you be entrusted with your own wealth if you cannot manage the wealth of others, of your employer? And it's the same scenario. So you can have all the good intentions in your heart, but then when you put it to test, they fail you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but at least when I gave him the vehicle, I told him, now it's yours. Don't ever come to me, because he's the same person who got someone pregnant. Now he has a baby at 25. Then I told him, it's your business. Never come to me, whether the baby is sick, whether they want rent, whether they want anything. Handle your businesses. You have a vehicle, correct anything you can correct. If you ever feel like you want to appreciate me, just appreciate me by taking care of your family, not begging. So, and another thing I wanted to talk about, what I'm seeing on the few young ladies who come to me for advice, they've just started working, they're earning some good money, and And all they think about is staying vacations, doing out trips, owning nice things. And I would ask them, what do you have apart from the salary you get monthly? They'll say, no, I think we shall get there. Let me first enjoy. I was like, you're going to enjoy now, but you don't know tomorrow. What if your job gets done tomorrow, like it's off, you're laid off? What will you do without anything on your account? And the tendency of saving, like you're keeping money on your account, it's not advisable. I'm speaking from life experience. I tried that, and whenever the problem will come up, I'll just with.
Oh, Octavia, we've lost you. All right, we'll get her back. Octavia, come back when you can. What do we have here? Sam, just hold on. Let me hear from Wanjiku as well. Wanjiku, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you paying black tax?
No, I actually want to applaud my dad first. Because initially hearing this conversation, I had to talk to him and tell him, yo, thanks, Dad, because I have never felt the pressure to, give back or something. And considering I am the firstborn daughter, and he has always been, even if you send him money, he'll be like, why are you sending me money? Use this money to build yourself or something. And then I have younger siblings, like I have a sister in high school, in boarding school. And he always insists that it is his responsibility, even when we want to, chip in. Me and my second-born sister, we are closer in age and we're working. And sometimes we want to tell my dad, let us, chip in. He's like, no, this is my child. It is my responsibility. And we will really have to beg to do shopping for our little sister who's in school. And I've never felt the pressure from him to, chip in or contribute or give him money. And I know he's a tea farmer and he does like little things on the side and everything. So with this conversation, I had to applaud him first of all, because he is the strongest man I know and he never depends on anyone for anything.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, I'd like to mention something. There's something George said, I think it was Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember what day exactly, but the conversation was about Africa having to undergo a genocide, most African countries having to undergo a genocide to prevent, to bring up its leadership potentials and stuff. And then he sort of got into it with a guy who was saying that he needs data and he needs statistics on where this has worked. And I've been thinking about that statement all week. And it actually does make sense, because I don't think Rwanda as is right now can ever go back to any tribal politics, because they've been through it. They've been, they know firsthand what it takes, what it has taken them for a country to rebuild. And what George said was most countries, like he gave an example of Sudan and how it has gotten close to the brink of a genocide, but it never really fell through. And now thinking about it really makes sense. So even as a Kenyan who is really not interested in politics, and knowing that we have an election coming through on August 9th, I don't know. I don't know what to think or what sides to, to even think can offer better leadership for our nation. So maybe George can give us advice on even, what to look at when we're lining up to vote in the morning. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Wanjiko. Say hi to your dad. George, there's a question for you here. You want to take that up?
There are two things you cannot tell Kenyans because they do all. And one of them is religion. And the second one is politics. We are such a polarized country that those two things, there is nothing you can say to change the mindset, no matter how objective your thought process is on those two things. And if you look at a video that Andrew did when Mother Kaloa was chosen for the vice presidency position, running mate,
Yeah, I did see that.
you see the comment section there that nobody want to hear anything other than you have been paid by the other camp to tarnish this other camp. So anything you say about politics in Kenya, and I've been around longer than most. You cannot change people's mindset. I am from the central part of Kenya, and when Raila had the chance to actually get the seat the first time, Buzi, you need to mute yourself. Amongst the Kikuyu communities in central Kenya, I don't know anywhere else, they were doing whisper campaigns. You will see the absurdity of it when I say it. In the Kikuyus villages and meetings and marketplaces, they were telling each other with these whisper campaigns that if we make the mistake of electing Raila, he will make us wear short pants. In Swahili, we call it kaptula kinyasa. So in abstract, it wouldn't make sense. But when said in the context of politics, you don't need to hear anything else other than this is the guy we cannot vote for to save our lives. You look at the young people, for the biggest chunk of 3 years, they were all fixated on Ruto. And then this pothead came in, and now you cannot convince them there is nobody else able to save Kenya from the bondage of Chinese debt. But if you look at the port industry, where it has thrived, and it's a relatively very new concept in California and Colorado and these other states, and you compare it with the economy of one single city, Las Vegas, Nevada, where, along with other counties, prostitution is legalized. So I was asking this week in another space, why do we need to stop at pot, at marijuana? Why can't we also throw in there, let's legalize prostitution to pay our debt to China? And I was doing that to show the absurdity of the concept, like we need to legalize pot so that we can pay for the debt that Uhuru Kenyatta put us in building the infrastructure. And I said, in prostitution, we don't need to build anything. We already have our beautiful girls. All we have to say is, come ye all men and eat and drink at the fountain of our youthful women. And it's illegal. You can do it on Kenyatta's highway. You can do it in the restaurants. You can do it in hotels. You can do it anywhere. But we just need 28% as levy because we have this debt that we need to pay to China. The absurdity of what I'm saying right now, if you think sanely without pot in your head, is what Wajakoya is telling Kenyans, and they are buying that nonsense. That we can use pot to pay for debt. Bigger income earner for 10 counties in Nevada, including Las Vegas. So why are we stopping at one scene when we can go all the way? So I'm saying all these things to show you we are knee-deep dug into our own ideologies. And unlike the West, where they say, and if you don't know anything about the West, is they do not discuss politics and they do not discuss religion, even in their homes. Forget about with the families or at work or any gathering. Politics and religion, they don't discuss it. And the idea behind politics is you vote your pocketbook, where you feel the policies of this politician or this party favors your bottom line. That's where you vote. You flip it in Kenya. Why do we vote for the people we vote for? Look at the actors. Simply because Uhuru is a Kikuyu, it's kumera kumera, tano tena. We don't care what the policies are. We don't care what the record was for the first 5 years. I am a Kikuyu. I am bound by my tribalism to vote for this guy. And you throw reason out the window. Or, I'm from the Rift Valley, and we need to return power back to these young, promising, encouraging. So there is no advice you can give Kenyans, whether they are 77 or 18, on how to vote sanely, because we have never seen it happen in any of our generations since 1961. We have never voted interests. We have never said, this is what we need to accomplish, and this is whom we think is best suited to take us there. No, we dig on our own camp 99% of the time based on tribe. And Raila, if you look at those videos with Andrew, when he said something against Raila, now the Luos came in and said, "Hey man, you cannot be saying this. You know, you have something against the Luo. We've been seeing you here for a moment." So there's no advice to give these people. All we have to do is play June 21st spaces on August 21st and see how well we fared.
All right. Thank you to George for...
You are muted, Andrew.
Yeah, George, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate you giving Wanjiko some solid advice. I don't know why people try to help each other. Stop trying to help other people. That doesn't work. Stop trying to help people. It's your ego that you're feeding. All the time when you're trying to help another person, that's your ego. And it always ends up badly. So let me hear from Brian Ngudi Juma.
Morning, everyone.
What's up?
Once again, out of decorum, and I have to appreciate the host, Kibe, the brother George, and the brother Derek for the opportunities. Now, on to the issue of the black tax and helping parents and whatnot. Let me attack the genesis of this situation. Why did you get married? Why did you have kids? That is the genesis of everything. Now, people will say legacy. What legacy? You are employed, maybe you are a civil servant, maybe your wife is working, then you have kids. What legacy are you leaving? You are setting up these kids to be slaves. You are a slave, you are giving birth to what I call slavelets. Now that the slavelets are the slavelets have now become slaves, you now pressurize them to help you. The genesis, why did you bring them into this world? And this is something Kibe has been singing in the YouTube sessions over and over. We'll attack the genesis. Why did these people have kids? And now some of these, a good number of these slavelets, they have become slaves. They have been put into this programming. They also have kids. Now we have a situation whereby the chief slave is pushing the small slave, or the retired slave is putting the active slave to help him. And by doing so, is limiting the capacity of the active slave to unshackle himself, because the active slave, because he's a lambistic focus, he also have kids. That active slave has given birth to slavelets. So you have to come to a point where you have to break that cycle. If it means not having kids, stop. I'm 40 years of age. I was born to a civil servant who did what he had to do. I embarked on, I got employed. After a while, I stepped out of employment, did my own thing. I'm 40, I don't have kids. I'm not married. And I made it clear to my folks, listen, there's something I'm working on. I want to put my standards to a certain level. If it means getting to 60 with no kids, perfect. If it means my lineage ending here because I could not achieve that standard, perfect. World population is at 6 billion. No need to add more poor people in the society. What we need is solution developers. Africans are very much, if you go to most African settings, they talk of, the family, the lineage has to come. Lineage of what? Over decades and decades of existence, no improvement, no research, no nothing, sucking on the available resources, begging Caucasians to help us. You find something as elementary, someone coming from Europe to come to Africa to dig boreholes. Are you ashamed? we are concerned about lineage. What lineage? Let me ask you something, Kibe. If Africa, let's say Africans disappear, if Africans disappear from the continent, what will we miss? If Germans disappear from the continent, we'll miss the Mercedes, we'll miss the VW. If Americans disappeared, we'll miss Ford, we'll miss the Mustangs and whatnot. If Japanese disappear, we'll miss Sony, we'll miss, if South Koreans disappear, we'll miss Samsung. If the small country like Vietnam have a vehicle, if they disappear, it will go. But the African, is about lineage and helping and lineage and helping. It's very unfortunate. Now, if I'm going to tap into what George was talking about, I think we are sick. We are not objective. The objective of leadership is to improve the situation by providing an environment that fosters improvement in life. Ours is this person speaking our language? Well and good. There was a point made about Wajakoya and he's selling, I don't know, weed to, I don't know who some weird stuff. I think Wajakoya is just an entertainment because the current Chinese railway line was, I don't know, 380 billion shillings, something like that. That's the debt. But Uhuru Kenyatta has told us 2 billion is stolen every day. That means if 1 day has 1 year has 360 days. So if 2 billion is being stolen in a day, that means we could have repaid the Chinese debt within 6 months. So this rubbish I'm hearing, I was saying, just stop stealing. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Kibi.
And let me put it in context of what Kenyatta said. 2 billion shillings is stolen every day in the office of the president. Munataka nifanye nini? I am just the president.
So what is he doing there? What did we vote for? Now this is somebody who tell, what do I do? So if Uhuru Kenyatta says, Munataka nifanye, what do you want Brian to do now? It's like the head of the family saying, hey, Raundi, we don't have rent money and we are stuck. So kids, what do we do? It's a sinking mess. Those are the issues we should be focusing on, not haphazardly filling the earth. Then you're telling, we need to help so and so, and then you need to continue the lineage to what? The African lineage is like a train going nowhere. Sorry, I lean more towards technology. So what are we doing? You look all over the continent. Every continent has something they are doing. Even if outside technology, if you go to Denmark, they are known for dairy products. Japanese, they are known for technology. The Germans are known for automotive technology. Japanese electronics. But what is the African? What is the Kenyan known for? A Kenyan will tell you, continue the lineage to where? To what? So are we subhuman? Like goats, we breed, we die, others come in. We breed, we die, others come in. If we go missing today, if the Kenyans go like all Kenyans are gone, what will go missing? I know if Japanese go missing, we'll miss things like technology will go missing. If Germans go missing, Mercedes, Daimler, what's not, BMWs, whoop, gone. But you imagine Kenyans going missing. What will happen? There'll be a lot of money because whatever was being stolen will stop being stolen. There'll be a very big spike in some pesa imetoka up. Oh, wenye kuiba hawako, the guys who are stealing are gone. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. That's a very nice way of looking at it. If the African was to disappear, if the African was to disappear, I'm sure the white man would have very good use for Africa. Because right now we're just a drag. We're dragging just each other down with this stupid black tax. We're just a drag. We are producing nothing. We are consumers. We import so much. We've made China a first world country. Bro, China, there's a time they were not in the picture. We import so much. We import everything. How can Africa import food stuff? Take a second and understand what that is. We import sugar, something that we don't need. Oh, you guys thought we need sugar. We don't need sugar. Yeah, you can survive without sugar. All right, let's hear from a few more people. And quick, fast, minus, low. Let me start with Mbuzi. Mbuzi, what's up?
Oh, Kibe. Good morning.
Amazing.
Okay, for me, my take is in this issue of you give birth to children, you can't take care of them. What was the reason? You know, just don't give birth if you can't take care of the children. How do you pick your phone and start calling? I don't know my child, either female or male, and you cannot take care of your children. That is nonsense. Now, why can't you just then even don't marry? There's no reason in marrying then if you can't provide for your family. Yeah, because you look at countries like Germany, they have restricted. There's no giving birth of more than 2 children. So this is because of the people who don't think. You give birth to children, then you start bothering people here who have their lives to live. If you cannot take care of your children, then don't give birth to them, yeah, or just don't marry in the first place. What was the reason of marrying in the first place that you cannot take care of those children? Yeah, because how do you bother people who have lives that they need to live? I have my businesses. I also have maybe my own children. Then you're asking me to take care of my brother. What is that? That is nonsense. On the issue of the one that I don't know if it's Brian was talking about, the politics issue. You know, if you see like I see no problem with Wajakoya saying that he can pay the Kenyan debt with legalizing marijuana. I see no problem in legalizing marijuana because you see countries like US, it really helps. But now, what is the strategy? You know, when you look at this marijuana, is it going to really pay this debt if we look at it, as he's saying? Is he going to establish those industries that he's saying, was just speaking nonsense here, saying that it will pay the debts like in other countries? you know, you have to look at the basics. You know, okay, snacks. We go to snacks again. How are you sure are there no snakes in China that they are going to import snakes from Kenya? Sure.
Okay, listen to this, sir.
How is that to help us now here?
Listen to this. The marijuana business is an already existing business. It's an already existing business, yeah? So it's not a business that we are going into where the world needs our product so much that they are waiting at the ports just for us to send them our weed. It's an already existing business, and people around the world have established all these businesses, including Mike Tyson. So don't think you'll just walk into that business and say, "Oh, here I am. I have a bag. A bag costs $3.2 million." It's nonsense. It's like a child talking, saying, "You know, when I grow up, I will have 3,000 trillion." You're like, can you make sense first? Yeah, grow up and make sense. So Wajakoya sounds like a child every time he talks like that. I'm like, how? And then he says that he wants to sell it, but not consume it. Why would you sell it and not consume it? I mean, it's a wonder drug to you. So what, are you going to be selling drugs and not use them? It doesn't make sense. But yeah, thank you, man. Thank you, Mbuzi.
Okay.
All right, Mbuzi Yamasaini. I appreciate that. Who else do we have here? Let me hear from Willie. Then I'll go to you, Sedawa. Willie, what's up? Willie Wonka.
Yes, Mr. Kiba, good morning.
Good morning. Talk to me.
I have been joining this space, but I have never requested for a mic. Today, the discussion which is here, I feel it's touching me. And it's this aspect of whereby the parents being a burden to their children.
Yeah.
Like my personal life, you find my father is not my real father. He stepped up. And he came through for me. He went through me high school. And after high school, I really wanted to continue with my studies, but he didn't. According to my observation, I saw like he was not willing. And later on, now I was with him there back at home, whereby he was having this small restaurant, Kibandaski, so I was working with him there. And there was one of my friends who came through for me. Like, he could tell me, if you get this amount of money, you can travel to Gulf and come and work here. Fortunately, things went well. And I needed the money like commission, but this man couldn't come through for me. So, by good luck, my mom, from her ground, they have a small plot. So, they sold it, and whereby she got money, and it facilitated to pay commission, everything, and successfully I traveled, and I came here and started working. But I have a problem with this, my old man, because, yes, he's a husband to my mama, but I try really to help him, because this business is not doing that well. So I'll come something like I tell him, because this business is not helping you anymore, it's not bringing that big money whereby you can afford to pay school fees well and come out of the plot. You have stayed in a plot for over 10 years. And there was a time you used to make money, like you could make money whereby you could afford a plot that time of 40,000, 50,000 in those there in the villages. But when you tell him that time, he could say that whoever buys a plot, he buys a plot if they don't have land, the ancestral land back there in the village there inside. So that thing of not wanting to develop, it was there since then. So when I came here, I worked hard. I bought a plot, and this plot I planned to now, because this is my family now. This is my mom here. She's the one who came through for me with the money to travel to where am I can say it's my mom who made it to be. So this money, I said we shall live here together. Now this business, is still running this business until now. But you find he's not developing in any way. So I come through for him, I tell him, maybe you can join an organization whereby maybe a circle, you'll be contributing this amount of money, and then I give you half. By a period of maybe 1 year or 2 years, you can get a loan and change the business. But this man doesn't think that way. He doesn't want to change. Even me, like now I'm his son. Yes, I'm his son, but I don't know how I can help him. Each and every time my mom will be telling me now, because someone doesn't want to be helped, how can you help him? But I'm really feeling sorry for my mom. She's the one who came through for me. And I feel I don't want her to live in a plot anymore. They started a construction, but that construction is over 1 year. It's not ever finished.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Your mom is this man's wife?
Yeah, it's this man's wife.
Why are you getting involved in their business?
Because at the point I am right now, even this job, you find it's mom who came through for me.
Really?
And they are together.
Really?
Yes. Yes, Kibe.
Why are you getting involved in their business? Why are you taking your stepdad's wife away from him when he has been nothing but good to you?
Yeah, but I think I have that feeling because of my mom.
Yeah, stop feeling for your mom. She's somebody's wife now. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Why would you go into somebody's relationship and disrespect him that way?
Not really disrespecting him, because I respect him.
You don't
He's,
respect him at
still
all.
my dad.
You don't respect him at all. Otherwise, you'd not be doing what you're doing with your mother. Because how can you discuss another man with your mother? Don't you think that's very shameful for a man to do that? It's shameful for you to be discussing your dad with your mom. It's a shame for a man to do that. You need to be tied to a pole and whipped. You have no respect for this man, that you talk about him with such disdain, that you want to go teach him how to do things. Imagine this man doesn't do this man doesn't do that. Do you know how you sound, bro?
No, how can you, because you are family already, how can you help him now?
Why are you trying to help him? He's not asked for your help. You do your thing. Your mom did what she did for you, but why are you so disrespectful that you're talking about your dad, who is your mom's husband, with your mom? So what you're doing is you're taking the power away from him and giving it to your mom. Every time you talk to her and you send her these secret amounts of money, and she's now treating you like she's you're her husband. Why are you doing that, bro?
I don't really send. It's very hard for me to send money, but I'll send money for a project.
Bro, get out of their life. You're more of an impediment than a help. Your stepdad's life by being too involved with his wife. Okay?
All right.
Yeah, get out of their life. You're too involved. You're too involved and too concerned about what he's doing with your mom. She was your mom when you were a small boy in cities. Now you're a man. Can you go and live your own life, bro?
All right, Kibe, all right.
Yeah, no, don't run away. I'm just saying, do you see it that way? That you're a man and you need to live your own life. Stop looking back at your mother and her husband. However they're going to live, that is on them. And let this man be his own man. Now you're trying to convince him to join circles, and while he does not have any concern for that. Can you stop trying to help him?
Okay, all right.
Yes, stay away from their relationship. Stay away from your mom's life. She's somebody's wife. Stop trying to be her husband, okay?
Sure.
All right, yeah. Sadawa, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Kibe, I'm here.
What's up?
Yeah, thank you, and hi, everyone. I'll only, this is a very good session because it's actually touching on my life, just same like every other speaker here. But there are three things involved. When the African kind of setup, when raising kids, parents know how to treat kids when they see the kids are doing even better than they expected or getting more successful. And I've seen that in my family where, yes, I'm currently working. We actually 7 and my fourth born. But if you look at the situation, I took 2 of my siblings to school. But the problem right now is when you do that, you've allowed the parents to shift all that to you. The moment you just say yes and you start accepting that this is what needs to be done, they'll always come back to you. Like I'm seeing experience like from Octavia here, mentioned that. So there's this thing in Africa that you'll be cast, or the parent will tell you all that kind of stuff, that they raised you, which was their responsibilities, and now you're stuck with yourself. You can't have anything on your name. You can't have any kind of investment. You're just you're trapped in this cycle that they started, or maybe their forefathers started, and they keep on pushing it to the next generation. So it's high time you break this curse. Don't be afraid to tell your parent that this can't work. This is actually no. And I'm very sure most of you have reached a point where a parent will tell you that I did all this for you and you can now not help me. Yeah, that is their responsibility. So if you can't take charge of your life right now, once you get to your own family, you start understanding, because you'll have left, right handouts that you're giving. And once you start giving someone a handout, that's it. You give them handouts for the rest of your life. So this is a good space to come and let people speak up, and then get involved in this kind of convincing that you need to be there for them. Yeah, you can, but do not take the responsibilities. I don't send my old man any money. I tell him all the time, if I'm going to be sending you money, I've always taken your responsibility. I've already helped you raise your kids, so there's no money I'm giving you. So that's up to you. So I don't send any money to him. So just stand up for yourself and lead your life. No one owes you anything. Thank you, Mr. Kibi.
Thank you, my man. Yes, nobody owes you anything. In fact, your parents owe you. You don't. They owe you, so don't let them guilt you into this stupid cycle of poverty. The black man has been unable to build anything because all we do is just create slavelets, according to Brian. Slavelets. You should put a stop to this nonsense. SWEF. EF. Samson Hookie, are you there? Samson Hookie or Haki. Going once, going twice. Let me hear from Grace. Grace, are you there?
Good morning, Kibe. How are you?
Great. Talk to me.
Hi, George. Hi, Gift. Hi, everyone. I want to add on to something, what's his name? Brian said, where he talked about, what would happen if all these other continents were to disappear from the planet. He went ahead and named several things. Well, maybe if Africa disappears, we would lose, the world would lose natural resources. We're talking gold, oil, platinum, coffee, wildlife. I don't know. I was just thinking. But I want to add on to something that George said earlier when we were talking about...
Grace, hold that thought.
Okay.
What would the world lose from Africa?
No, it's just a random thought. I'm thinking natural resources like gold, oil, coffee.
Oil. But there's no large population of the world that is living off of that.
Okay.
And Brazil is making coffee, Florida is making coffee, Vietnam is probably making coffee.
Mm-hmm.
And gold is not a necessity, it's a luxury.
Yeah, you have a point. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. You were going to say there's something else George said. Go from there.
Just to a slight interjection, I was referring to the people, not the physical features, not Africa disappearing, the Africans, the people. Thank you. The people, I was referring to the people.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I totally see your point. Because it's sad that Africans have been unable to build themselves without external help, And George, onto something the discussion you were having earlier when you cited almost being a responsibility. I think Africans we're basically experts at enabling people. We're the world's expert enablers, where you find that, people are grown, but you somehow still have to help them. I'm taken back to the example of Githeriman. Martin Jenga, I think was his name. And when he first came to the forefront, I mean, how we knew about him, you had corporates, jumping in, wanting to, I guess, help him. There was this clothing manufacturer called, I think, Naneu Leshan. They offered to dress him for a year. But then and they also, I think, gave him a house or something. But good thing they didn't give him the title deed? Because had he gotten the title deed, he would basically have sold the property given to him and basically continued on his destructive path. Something, the same thing Omosh is doing. So this whole thing of helping grown, able-bodied people who can do stuff for themselves, I think it needs to stop, because enabling basically breeds entitlement. So because you're enabling me, I feel entitled to help from you. You always have to help me when I need it, because you've enabled me. When you enable me, you deny me the help to propel myself, and do something for myself independently. And just to add on slightly to the conversation about parents, there are two types of parents. One, those parents that push on their kids financially well into adulthood, to where anything that happens to their kids, the parents are there to, I guess, bear the brunt of it. That's the first type of parent. The second set of parents is those who basically put weight on one child to take care of the rest. I think it's really unfair, because if, for example, I, Grace, have gotten to the point where I can financially take care of myself, basically take responsibility for my life, why can't A, B, and C being my siblings, why can't they do that for themselves? And we basically grew up in the same household, same parents, same incentives, same opportunities, afforded to us by our parents. So this is basically the set of parents that breed, I don't know, entitled little, I'm not going to say that word, but yeah. The last thing I guess I wanted to say is, Kibe, I wanted to give back to... Okay.
What's the word? Whisper it to me and I'll say it around.
I'll whisper it to you in your inbox.
We need to normalize speaking to people so that the hardest truth stays longer than soothing nonsense.
Exactly.
So serve it raw and they will remember it.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Grace.
Okay, I was going to say entitled little brats, people who are just entitled. I mean, I'm going through that within my extended family, where you have my parents' siblings on either side. They're grown, they have children, some even have grandchildren. But they somehow, every time they feel, pressed, nisaidie, nitumie, niko down, and I find myself asking my parents sometimes, okay, fine, I understand you want to help, but when will these people ever grow? Because they have children, so they have children and they're depending on you. So who will their children depend on? And I think that's one of the worst things parents do for their children, I guess. The last thing I wanted to say, I'm kind of all over the place with this, but the last thing I wanted to talk about is, this is to you, Kibe. Earlier on, you talked about the fact that women have to position themselves to be noticed by men. Okay, that makes sense. It's the natural order of selection. So were you talking about it in terms of, do they have to position themselves to be appealing to men physically, or are you talking character-wise? Because these two are very important aspects when it comes to men selecting mates. So if you could answer that, I'd really appreciate it.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Grace. You've spoken well. Are you asking? You're asking about why women should position themselves for men, or how should they position? Is it why or the how?
It's more of the what. Is it when you say they have to position themselves to, I guess, be noticed by men? are you referring to, okay, do they have to position themselves physically? Meaning, get fit, get healthy, look good. I mean, let's be real. You have to look good. Or are you talking about character? Because there's some men who are very, for example, you'll find a man saying, okay, she's beautiful, but character-wise, Bilas are down. There's nothing there. So do they have to position themselves to be attractive to men physically? Or is it character-wise? Do they have to be?
You see, by now, women should have already studied the man and what the man wants. Okay? There has been so much time for you guys to do this research and development where you sit down and say, okay, this new man, what does he want? How is he behaving? And how are we going to remain in marriages longer? Because you guys are the ones who are living marriages. Okay? You always think there's going to be another chance and another chance and a second, and there's always a fool out there for you. But imagine, right now we're talking about men not depending on other men. And here we are, women are talking about how they'll go out there and get a fool. What do you think this fool is going to do for you? So you position yourself to get a fool to impregnate you, and then you go out there crying that you got impregnated by a loser. Yet it is you who made that decision to get the loser. At 23, at 22, a woman can get any man that she wants if she positions herself well. And now she can start popping babies one after the other. But now you are getting a loser. You are both employees. Yeah. And here you are crying that this man he ain't good for shit. Yet you did not position yourself well. You did not, that research and development is not, it's like the notes don't get to the rest of you. There's a time, let me tell you, there's a time Kenyan men knew that if they wanted to be treated well, they would leave Nairobi, go to Mombasa. Mombasa had found a way of treating men so well that men would take their bonus from Kericho. You know where Kericho is?
Yeah.
Travel all the way to Mombasa and disappear in Mombasa because that woman knew how to treat the man.
But don't you think in her treating, just to add on to what you're saying, don't you think in her treating the man well is basically a tactic to get money? Because, Kibe, you're not telling me she treat that same man well if he's not financially loaded.
What is a woman doing with a man who's broke? If they cannot be with a man who's broke, why aren't these notes getting to you? Not all men used to get married in the olden days. If you were broke and you couldn't pay dowry, that was a way of weeding out the losers. So many men are losers here, and they come and they attach themselves to you, and the two losers go in there, and you have loser children, and the world is full of losers. So it's time that people wake up, and there's a reality that you're afraid to face. And some of this, not everybody should be alive that is alive right now.
I agree.
Yeah, so we have too many people, and we're forcing them to go down the same path. And there's a bottleneck effect. Because too many losers are trying to live a normal life, and yet you're a loser. First, fix your loser life. It may take you the rest of your life to stop being a loser. But here you are, at the age of 24, you're a man looking for a woman. What do you have to offer her? A horrible life, because now you're a 24-year-old guy. You get a child at 25. You cannot go into business at 25. You're going to have to become an employee. And once you go down that route of being an employee, you're stuck being an employee for life. You shall retire. You'll be given 200,000, which you blow within the first 2-3 months. And now you have to depend on the children that you had raised. And now we're calling it black tax. But if you are a 23-year-old girl and you had this information that right now you are at the prime of your life because you have a viable womb and your looks are good enough for a man who wants you and you're fresh, then you can get a man who's in his 40s, who has established himself, who has no financial issues, who knows exactly what he wants, and you go in there and behave like the way a woman is supposed to behave, humble, meek, submissive, right? You shut, don't talk, let him lead you. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. And then now you live a wonderful life. But you guys are trying to force things. You know how the value of a woman, by the time she's in her 30s, it drops by like 40%. Because now, right, do you know a woman at 20, 21, 22, 23, when she walks into an office, everybody wants to know what she's there to do. Everybody wants to know, hey, what is she here to do? This woman can walk into parliament, and even the watchmen are going to allow her to walk in because her value is very high. Now, at the age of 35, 40, you have two kids from two different baby daddies. Who wants to touch you? You have no value. Because even the men in their 50s can still access the 21-year-old. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so it's time for women to know where the value lies. Your value lies in your youth, your beauty, and your innocence. Once that is done, you're done. And now you see even the job that you're getting, you can no longer get it. Look at someone like Caroline Mutoko. Caroline Mutoko was taken out by Kaleche. Caroline Mutoko reached a point, it doesn't matter how good she was. Her youth was done, her beauty was done, somebody else was put in her place.
Yep.
But Minor Kageni is still there. Are you see what I'm saying?
Well, yes. I
and they both had the same amount of talent. Yes, so you have to look beyond this foolish nonsense that we keep trying to lie to her. Imagine a woman being told to chase the bag. How long do you think it will take you to chase the bag? You can't compete with me.
Not very long.
What do you mean not very long? How many women do you know who have chased the bag and got it? Which ones are they? Show me one. Show me one who has chased the bag and got it.
Oh, I'd have to think about that for a second.
Yes, but I can tell you 100 men who don't even struggle and they are getting the bag every day. Is someone like Elon Musk, even with all his divorces, is still super successful. Because when it comes to working, men have no problem with that. We are built for it. You guys are not built for work. You're built to be a mother.
No, I agree. I 100% agree.
Yeah, so when you now waste your productive years trying to chase the bag, and you're not even any good at it, by the way, in case you didn't know. You're not good at chasing this bag that you so think you're chasing. And now you wasted your productive years. No, your womb is no longer viable. You have to go through many medical procedures for you to get pregnant. While at 21, you could step on your thigh into your, into your womb and attach itself to the egg.
Well, that's dramatic.
It is as dramatic as possible.
Yeah.
Yes, but I mean, you understand what I'm saying.
No, absolutely. And I think it's something similar to what you were saying. Was it yesterday or the day before? That, you didn't exactly put it that way, but it's like you despise women who chase career as opposed to, who attach their value to career as opposed to them being a mother, And I myself, personally as a woman, I find myself, put off by that in a way because I'm like, okay, fine, provide for your children and it's good. I mean, it's, I guess, in your maternal instinct to want to provide for your children, but don't neglect your role as a wife and mother. Basically, don't let your hunger for chasing a career dumb down your sense of being domesticated. Yeah.
And
don't let that disappear.
And you know what used to happen in the olden days? When a man who had resources, he would marry more than one wife. When a man who had resources, he would marry more than one wife because he was building this empire. Nowadays, look at us. We have allowed our girls to go out there and struggle. And you're struggling. Some of you ladies are so depressed, struggling, trying to chase this bag that you will never get. And you've been given some dead-end jobs. You're doing some dead-end courses in campus. You're coming out frustrated. You're on antidepressants. And you still have, at some point, you're going to get the baby bag. Your body is not the shape that you want it to be. You have no man to love you and protect you. What do you think what do you think it's doing to our society right now? Because at the age when you had what it takes, you put aside that and you are told it's not important, and you are told, here, come and chase the bag. Imagine someone who's a secretary or a receptionist saying that I'm chasing the bag. Someone who works in a pub as a waitress or a waiter saying, I'm chasing the bag. How long do you think it will take you to get to that bag? While, did you hear the lady who came here earlier says she's a supervisor in a site, a site for a construction site. How much is she making?
No,
she's making 1,000 shillings a day. She's paying 7,000 shillings for her rent. Now, at 1,000, they don't work on Sundays, so that's 21,000 every month, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
She's left with 14,000. 14,000 shillings in Kenya, in Nairobi. What can you do with it? Are you saving anything?
No, you're not. You're hardly meeting your bills, much less talk of savings.
So how long do you think? And then now, that's only because she's beautiful. When her beauty fades, that job is going to disappear immediately.
Yep.
Yes, and now they're going to bring in somebody who has now the age of the person who's working there never changes. It's always going to be between 21 and 25. When she passes 25, she's told, oh, you know what? We don't need you here anymore. Now she has to go out there and look for another dead-end job, chasing a stupid bag that she will never get.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so ladies, your value is in you being able to entice a man while you are still young. When you get old, nobody wants you. We may sleep with you, don't get me wrong. We may want you so that we can sleep with you. You may be even as sexy as you want to be, but it's only so that we can sleep with you. But I'm not looking at you as someone I can spend time with even in my life. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell the women the truth. Thank you, Grace.
No problem. Have a good day.
All right. I see Honorable Gojiri Wabowo. How are you doing, sir? Let's hear from Honorable Gojiri. Are you the member of parliament for Nyeri? Yeah, there we go. MP Nyeri Town. Unmute yourself, Honorable Gojiri. He doesn't know how to use Twitter. All right, let me hear from Hacked. Hacked, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Kevin.
Talk to me.
Okay, I think what's happening here, most Africans, I think what we've been taught, it will depend actually since the past days. Because you see, if you know that you want to be able to provide, it's common sense that you want to go forward and get your children. Like somebody was talking about these politicians. You reached a point that even the politicians, we want them to fix us instead of fixing the country. That's why they're looking at somebody like what they're telling us that we'll plant weed, and then us will get that money to the people will get the money. You're looking at somebody like Raila telling that she'll give everyone 6,000. So we're still looking at politicians like our saviors.
Hacked. I'm really struggling to hear what you're saying. What are you using? Are you using headphones or?
I'm using a microphone.
You're using what?
A mic.
Yeah, you're not clear at all, man. I'm really struggling, and I can almost hear what you're saying, but I can't completely. You're not clear at all.
Okay, let me try again.
Yeah, try again. Either your voice is too deep, or I don't know what it is. But try again. I'll let you back in. Let me hear from Yo Breezy. Yo Breezy.
Good morning, Kibe.
What's up?
Just quick first here, since we always attend your lessons religiously.
Thank you, my man.
So about this black tax story, I think black tax should just be eradicated and done away with, because in my opinion, the thought that some of our parents just raised us so that we can be their retirement plans has really made some of us very, very miserable. We get to a point where we just constantly have to make plans that not only encompass us, but also our folks back home. It is either you, if you really feel like you are generous enough in which you can make a donation back home, it is just better to go through your father, since he's actually the head of the family. But all in all, we should not just succumb to this societal pressure that constantly reminds us that our main purpose The only reason why some of us even maybe migrated from Shags and then we came to Nairobi is so that we could change home. But rather, it's that the main purpose of the whole point of just focusing on yourself and focusing on your hustles is just to build yourself. It doesn't matter if back home your family is just suffering and you're as long as you're okay, that's it. That will be all for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Yo Breezy. Quick fast, son of the soil, are you there? Areri done. Areri done.
Yes. Good morning.
What's up?
I wanted to answer Grace to add something about her question. Actually, when you have good character as a woman, your dressing should be actually good and appealing. So those things go hand in hand. You can't have one and the other is not there. That's what I wanted to put across. Thanks.
All right, thank you, my man. I know X and Jerry is hearing that. You cannot have good character and bad dressing. It's impossible. Yeah?
Ouch. Andrew.
It's impossible. That's a good point. You cannot dress like... No. You walk like a duck, you talk like a duck. Chances are you're a duck. Andrew Mutua.
Hey, hi, Kibe.
What's up?
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, great to hear from you. I think it's a very interesting topic that you're discussing today. A few weeks ago, I got introduced to a philosopher called Ayn Rand, and she has a concept called objectivism. Actually, one of her key statements is altruism is evil. And I think at first when you hear that, it seems to be quite against sort of the values that we most espouse to. The idea of helping one another. But she says that the concept of self-sacrifice is actually evil in our view, and I tend to agree with that because I feel some of these things are being promoted, particularly with pop culture now. I mean, think of even just what we've been going through with COVID. People are being told, take the vaccine, if not just for you, for your parents or for your older people that you come against, while you feel for yourself that, you have to ask for yourself, is it good for your health, first of all? And I'm just using this as an example, regardless of what other people's point of view might be with regards to the vaccine and other things that have been promoted. But Ayn Rand says this thing of, your own happiness should be your moral purpose of your own life. The idea of your own productive achievement is your most noblest activity. And I agree. I think as much as we should appreciate our parents, or even any other person, it should not be at the expense of sacrificing yourself for them. Until you're at a position where you're in a more stronger point, then you can be able to support another human being. And I totally agree. The idea of that, we sometimes preach this idea of helping one another. It ultimately is like an ego boost that we give ourselves. We hear of these people that are now going around calling themselves philanthropists, saying that I'm dedicating half or 90% of my wealth to help humanity. As though, people are evil all around them. Yeah? I think that's a very wrong concept, And these are some of these things that are being promoted by media. The white man, when it comes to Africa, he comes in more as with a paternalistic view. It's like he's the one who has all the good ideas, and we have to bow at his feet. So definitely, I think we need to come to a point where we fully take up our individuality and build ourselves. That concept of selfishness is actually an idea that is good for every one of us. And we have to think of ourselves first before we can reach out to another. I think that's all I have to say. Thanks, bro.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Objectivism. You must get back your identity, folks. Slightly used boyfriend. Come in here quick, fast. I'm trying to close this up.
Thank you, Andrew, George, and the Canadian in Kenya. Quick, fast. The concept of black tax is subconsciously bred by the parents as the kids grow up when they're going to school. They make statements like, I sold my land for you to go to school. I cut down my forests to take you to school. So subconsciously that syndrome is bred in kids. So they come after graduating and come out of school, get a job. Then the person just make one request. Right? Then the kids will remember, hey, my dad sold his land and his cows to take care of me. I think I am also obligated to take care of him. So the thing is bred back from right when the kids were in school. Then you said the whites do not know what white tax is, and you actually right, Andrew. I was with the white folk, and I told him I'm going to a mobile money joint to wire money to my brother. And the guy is like, who wire money to your brothers? What do you mean? Can't he take care of himself? Is he working? So those guys have no idea what white tax is. Then the guy was like, hey, you are sending money to someone who is an adult.
So it doesn't make sense. What are you doing?
It didn't make sense to him. So taking the for gift was trying to defend the black tax at some point, but I think people can just give you a push, but will not keep pushing you. There's no way people will keep pushing you now and then. So the people also get tired. People are human. They get tired and like, no, we're done here. Then I just end with a quote of mine. When we give you a mango, just eat the flesh and plant the seed. Yeah.
Thank you very much, slightly used boyfriend. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem you coming to me and telling me, hey, listen, I'm thinking of keeping chicken, and I'm down on my luck a bit. Okay? I'm thinking of keeping some chicken. I know this is the plan I have and everything. Something sensible. And if I do that, I think I know at some point this thing is going to make sense. So I want you to come in as an investor, and we can start as small as possible. Yeah? We can start as small as possible, and I will be faithful with that small that we start with. Some of you people take huge chunks of money out of your business to put it into nonsense that is never going to give back to your business. How does that make any sense? So you're weak, walking around here weak, your family is weak, you're just a bunch of losers. Can you stop this bleeding? Stop the bleeding. Now let's hear from X Jerry. X Jerry, what's up?
I'm Daisy. Hey everyone. I want to just thank Brian for how he has broken down that whole concept of getting children and expecting other people to take care of them, and that whole concept. I just laughed at the whole slavelets, line. I've never thought of it like that. And, I just wish people can look at things like that. One more thing he said, and I loved it, was about the education system. I once asked my friend why she was paying so much money for, like kindergarten. Like, okay, well, I know it's California, it's a little bit expensive out here, but, I was like, oh, why do you pay so much money? And you're like, there's a way, okay, of course, it's not a Kenyan, but she was like, there's a way that they train your child from the word go. Like, if you go to this particular elementary somewhere here in California, they can put you in a position whereby you can know what your child is going to be good at. And I'm talking about like 5,000 plus, like a month. And I was like, really? So that goes back to the education system of what we have in Kenya. For example, I feel like our education system is just there for, we're just being put out there to be just workers, like slaves. Exactly what, Brian was trying to say. We are not being put out there in the society to be something. We're just being put out there to, like, why are you telling me about a river? Like, when you look at our education system, it doesn't even make sense anymore, at least not in 2022. And then you compare it with Silicon Valley, what they're doing to the kids here, it's completely different. And, you just feel sad when you really look back, especially when you're an African or when you're someone like me and you know what's happening back there. And then you compare with what's happening here. You see, it's a completely different setup. There's no way that child in Africa is ever going to get to the level of what's happening down here. It's completely different. Like, it's like what exactly he's saying there. We are bringing up slaves and we are bringing up leaders on this other end. And it's just sad about that. So, yeah. So I just wanted to say that I actually agree with the Brian concept of once you understand what's really happening, there are two choices. You can go the path of what some of us have gone, and you're like, no, I'm not going to agree to bring just some useless, what George is trying to really push out there, that name. I don't want to call kids like that, but we just don't want to be part of bringing useless kids out here.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, X and Jerry. Just hold on there for a second. Let me hear from Shoto Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Kibe. Thank you for the platform. I just had a appreciation for Brian Ngudi Juma about his submission on the lineage issue. My grandpa was the only child. My father was an only child. I was an only child. So I was worried about my lineage ending with me. Last year, I found myself seated with my mom and my dad, and we were counseling my father. So, my mother has done a lot to try and turn me against my dad. So, having said that, I've been worried because I've been really afraid of bringing someone into this world and them turning out to be like us. So, thank you, Brian Ngudi, for your submission. I'm 30 years old now, and I just joined this space. So I hope by the time I am at least 40, I will have some knowledge to know how to deal with women, and I hope
you're giving yourself 10 years.
Yes, because Andrew, I've been dating older women my entire life. Or I've been careful, protecting myself, and I've never messed. So I've dated like 4 women, and from what I'm reading in the manosphere, you should date more women than that. So yes, I grew up in the village, so I didn't have time.
Why do you think you were dating older women?
Okay, my dad was never in our lives. He came back late, so I was brought up by my mom and my aunties. So I think I was brought up by my mom. Stayed with all her sisters, so I was the only boy in her family.
My goodness, you must have gone through hell.
So yes, I've gone through hell. So I met some link on YouTube about the rational male, and that's when I started. That was last year. I met some guys called Fresh and Fit, all that noise, and then I was listening to Kevin Samuels, and may he rest in peace. And this is just a period of 1 year. So I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to unlearn. So I am really behind, and I just decided to focus on my job, focus on like unlearning. And
have you gone to forgive your mom and your dad for being losers?
You see, that's the problem. I don't know how to sit my mom down and tell her, listen, mom.
Why what do you mean you don't know how to sit her down? You sat down and cancelled your dad, so sitting down is not a problem. You guys know how to sit down.
I normally go home in December, and I'm planning this December we'll do it.
Where are you?
I'm in Nairobi. My home is in Siaya.
So you want to wait till December to go sit your mom down?
Okay, I know it sounds bad, but the kind of job I do, I don't really get time to go home, and they complain about it. I know. I know I've been a fukusi on my part. I know that. So anytime I get an opportunity, which I was planning to do it in December because that's the earliest I'll get a leave. So I wanted to go and sit my mom down separately and forgive her, and sit my dad down and ask for forgiveness.
Why are you asking your dad for forgiveness?
After listening to your video about how these guys was turned, there's a South African man whose mom turned them against their dad, and they were cancelling their father, and that was really, I felt like you were talking to me. You was talking to me because that was really bad. Exactly what we did. Exactly what I did with my mom.
So you were weaponized by your mother?
Yeah, for around 27 years, my dad was not there. When he came back, it's been hard even speaking with him. I always talk to my mom more than my dad. But they stopped. Like this, let's say like a year now, less than a year. Yeah, the last time when I started listening to you, that is when I stopped.
All right.
So that's why I still have a lot to learn and to unlearn.
Yeah, you also need to actively, before you even get home, you have to actively forgive them and forgive your dad for being weak. He ran away from you guys or whatever he did. Forgive him for being that weak guy who was not there to protect you against all these women. These women must have damaged the shit out of you with all that noise. I can hear the noise already, and I'm very far away from you.
Yeah.
I can hear the noise in those houses. God damn, you must have gone through the most. But you sound very strong, so there's hope.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Shoto.
Okay, thanks.
All right, oh man. Let me hear from Mugera. Hacked, I'll give you a chance. Oh, wait, Mugera, before you go, you say something. Hacked, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay. First, let me start this with that man who's depending on his daughter for school fees. Is Angite, is a Bosco. That one. Then let's get back to the topic of the day. Exactly what, I don't know who was saying it again, but I was talking about dependency, and I want to be brief. I think what happens, we are so dependent on other people, and in the words of Kendrick Lamar, he says, "Who needs a hero? You need a hero. Look in the mirror, there is your hero." So I think we need to wake up. If even the parents are sleeping, everyone is sleeping. So we need to wake up, be conscious about decisions you're making, not just do something and hope for the best that will happen. So I think we need to start planning or something like that. Then there's this man who was just saying that he was helping, he's in Dubai or something like that, or in the Gulf. He's helping his mother, and I don't know, his father was Atapama or something like that. In the words of yesterday, she needs to draw her back to the father. And yeah, that's just what I want to say.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mute your mic. Yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah. Simple and straight. I like that. Throw her. Some of you need to throw your mothers back to their husbands. Whoever their husbands are, just throw her back. Tell her, I'm not. If your husband needs any help, but he's your father. I said, if your husband needs any help, he'll talk to me. Yeah. Don't be coming directly talking to a man. You know what it means for a man to go into another man's house and start out? The same way we agree for the white man to come into our beautiful African countries and sort our shit. Our women look at us like we ain't shit. Imagine the president of a country getting on a plane to go beg for money. The president of a country going to beg. You have nothing to offer. You're not trading anything. In this world of today, you're not trading. You're just going to beg. Give me money and then I'll see what I can do. We are just a bunch of losers. All right. Thank you very much, Hakt. Appreciate that. Let's start to close this, to wrap this up. Mugera, are you here?
Yes, Kiba, I'm here, and thank you. Thank you, George, the co-host. Thank you, Gift, the co-host, and speakers and listeners. I didn't have much to say. I just pretty much compliment what you've been saying. I just, and a small suggestion. There are 3 audio books that have really helped me for the last couple of years. And I'm sure I can help especially these young men. And those books are, and they're on your YouTube. You just Google them. You can listen them audio. There's Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's the first book. The second book is Think and Grow Rich. And the third book is The Richest Man in Babylon. Of the 3 books, for the beginners, because I would really recommend Rich Dad and Poor Dad, because it breaks down the real concept of money. What is an asset? What is an liability? And what I see, especially in African context and Kenyan context, is that we focus so much on the liabilities and we confuse between the two. For example, a house where you live is not an asset, it's a liability. A car that you drive is not an asset, it's a liability. An asset has to be something that is generating you some income. If it's not bringing income, passive income or active income, it's a liability. And by so doing, you can really solve a lot of these financial issues, because what we need actually is serious financial planning, serious financial literacy, and that's lacking in our academia. And now, when it comes to the issue of the economy, issue of handling our elders, our parents, there's other concept I want to look at just from my own personal view. I'm in the state of California. And in California, there is no homeless child. Again, I'll repeat, there is no child that lacks food, shelter, and clothing and insurance. So the state takes care of that. And if you're elderly, over 65, over 50, you can attest it, there is subsidized housing for the elderly. There is health insurance for the elderly, where you mean that if you're a certain age and you can prove your income is below poverty line, which is $15,000, 1.5 million Kenya shilling, you are below poverty line. The state will actually provide you the health insurance. So that's what I'm saying is maybe we may need to reconcile this with our own lives, because as we know, what we have in Kenya especially, we have a failed state. Kenya is not a functioning state by default. That's why when people call us Shito countries, it's true. We are Shito countries. So now, because we can't even protect and provide for our own, there's no pension for our elderly, for our parents. So we may have to reconcile that, because let's see, even the GDP of California alone is $3.4 trillion. The GDP of Kenya is $100 billion. Huge difference, which means that the whole entire continent of Africa GDP, which is about 2 trillion, is even less than one state, which is called California. So, and even the level of education, that's why I think one of the speakers in some of the elementary schools, for them to manage that kind of economy of 2.3 $3.4 trillion. The kind of education even in California is a little bit different because these are people who are able to be able to manage that kind of economy. One speaker also mentioned of Nevada. Nevada, by the way, is just what $150 billion GDP. And by the way, I'll correct also another speaker that said it's not legal in Nevada. It's illegal on county by county basis. And where Las Vegas is located, which is in Clark County, is illegal. And any county of more than 700,000 people, by default, is illegal. So, and there is only, I think, 21 state licensed brothels in the entire state of Nevada. So that's a correction. And my summation to the young men, get as much financial literacy as you can, financial information as you can, learn how to pay your bills, how to borrow money, how to pay back that money, and how to invest money for the later days. And the issue of taking care of our parents, as I say again, we cannot compare ourselves with the West. The West know how to take care of their young and the elderly especially. And those young men, especially, that's another probably maybe I may expand on this part of young men. What happens is, because at one point, our society have to reproduce. What has happened in the West is young men who reproduce, who have young out here, and they don't take care of their children, the state comes in, pays for your child's welfare. But what it does, it turns around you, holds you accountable, especially to the funds they have spent on your children. So if they can say you are the father, so they will garnish your wages. Even if you're in the military, you will not get your pension. You will not get your benefit. In your retirement, you cannot get that retirement because the state came in, supported your children, and they hold you accountable to doing the same on paying them back. That's the difference. That's why you don't see any street children. So that's a point I really want to reconcile. Otherwise, I enjoy the space.
All right. Thank you very much, Mugera, for giving us nuggets of wisdom. Yeah, you go around. Some countries have a way of correcting you, but you will pay through. It's called child support. They will find you wherever you are. Make sure you pay. You're getting $10 at McDonald's. They're like, oh, $9 belongs to us. Thank you very much. Keep working here forever and ever till the day you die. And once you're done, you're not useful enough, go be homeless. Now they don't really care much about you when you're homeless. But I see California now is giving money to the homeless people. All right, let me see if we can get Camden Kazunguza. Camden, are you here?
Thanks, Kibe. Thanks for the platform. I think I'll just talk about like the whole black tax thing. I think I'll take it from several perspectives. So I think it's okay to support your siblings, as you're growing up, as long as you have a cutoff point. Because I can give you a scenario of someone I know who, their father died when they were young, mother was struggling, but the firstborn was sort of, did well in school early enough, finished his college, and was able to pay for his siblings. But what he did was he gave them targets like, guys, I can't do this forever. I've got 5 years for you to finish up your college. If you start failing, I'll drop you out. So I think it's good to help other people, especially your siblings, because it's hard for you to be living large later on in life, knowing that you could have helped them sort of advance their life or whatever it is. So I think having that cutoff is very important. I think the second thing is that if you have no cutoff.
So Camden, so your point is based on the father not being around, right?
The father being around, but also the remaining parents struggling per se.
Yeah. So, how is my parents struggling? What's that got to do with me?
Well,
it's just like you, Camden. If you're struggling right now, I wouldn't. That's your business.
Well, now I'm talking from a perspective of where I, as a person, have got that ability to sort of assist or push them forward in terms of school.
We're not talking about ability. We're talking about common sense. Why would you get children if you cannot raise the children?
No, but this is a scenario where they died, Kibe.
Sorry?
Where the parent died.
Yeah, so that's not the norm. The norm is both parents are there. So we cannot use one example and say it's okay to raise your parents because sometimes the parents die. Okay, they die. Yeah. Yes, we deal with the situation as is. But right now, the story came up from this guy is alive and he's calling his daughter, asking her for money to raise his own 2 sons. Does that make sense to you?
No, that's unacceptable because I feel like that's very common actually because they emotionally blackmail you. You know, I think a couple of days ago you were talking about the whole I can curse you stuff, or you know, we raised you have to do this for us and stuff like that, which is nonsense to be honest, because if you fall for that, you end up having nothing in the long run. You end up struggling when you shouldn't be struggling, when you actually working hard for your own life just to assist other people who should be taken care of by their own parents, in this case your own parents as well.
And then, you know what happens to the ladies who have to take care of their parents? They delay getting married, which is so detrimental to the ladies because they end up getting losers. Instead of getting high quality men, they get losers, and they can't stay with them, and their life is, because these parents depended on this girl when she left college to go out into the workplace to provide for them. And these girls, because of the burden they feel for their parents, they end up delaying their marriage or getting married till maybe they're around 30. There's a lady who came here the other day, if you guys were listening. She just, I don't know whether George is still alive. She just turned 29 or 30, and she had been taking care of her dad for the longest time, and she paused her life to take care of this loser. And then this loser eventually died. And now she's 30, and she's 30 in the real world. And nobody will see what she did for her father. Yeah, so her father should have died when she was 21, so at least she would have had a chance. But now she's 30.
Yeah. And I think it's just selfish, to be honest. I think we have to start standing up to our parents and say, you know what? I'm not going to play God in your life. You know, you gave birth to me. You're supposed to raise me, not the other way around. And if it's helping, make sure you have. I'm going to go back to the same point. Have a cutoff. Have a sort of a benchmark or a minimum. Because what's the point of, as a parent, knowing that your daughter is prolonging her, you know, getting married, or reducing, or her value is diminishing, she's getting older, and you're okay with that as long as she's assisting you? That's very selfish, actually. That's very selfish. But if you can't say it, I think the other thing is, I wouldn't blame the parent as well, because this is a mature girl who knows what's happening to her life. She sees her friends getting married. She knows, but it's that sense of trying to play God, where you feel good, like you justify prolonging everything in your life just because you're trying to assist your parents or trying to assist your father. I think that's stupid of you as well, because you're the one who can make the decision as well. To understand, to say, okay, at the end of the day, where will I be when everything else, you know, like at the end of the day? So as much as I blame the parents in this context, the person assisting them or putting on pause your own life for someone who's in their 60s, who's lived their own life in their 60s and you're in your 20s and pausing everything for them, I think that's stupid as well, you know?
Yep.
That's really stupid. So that's on that point. I think the other part I wanted to talk about is where, you know, people sponge off you, whether you're, you know, doing better, whether you're back in Africa or you're abroad, whatever it is, where they sponge off you and you try and play God. I think the problem is, as Black people, we don't plan our life. Because if you start planning your life and ask yourself, where will I be in the next 10, 20, 30 years? Someone once told me back in the day, well, like when I was growing up, to say the difference between white and Black people is, if you ask a white person where they want to be when they're 60 or what do they want to have when they're 60, they give you, most of them anyway, they give you a detailed plan of where they want to achieve, or what they want to achieve, how they'll get there, like step by step, 2, 3, 4, up to 60 years. If you ask a Black man, they'll probably give you a year only. because if you have a plan of your life, obviously after 2 years, if you're behind your own target, you ask yourself, like, what's going on? You sort of reinvent yourself because you're behind your own target. If you have a target, it always helps. If you have a time frame to achieve something, it helps. You could be like, okay, I think too much to my mom, my dad, my siblings. Let me cut it off because I'm actually delaying my own dreams. So have your own target, and then everything else goes okay. Don't play God. God is there. You're not God. You're just a human being who's here for like 50 years or so, and then you die. So don't play God. I think that's all I can say today, Kibe.
All right, thank you, Camden. Appreciate that. Don't play God. Yeah, let God be God. You're just a man. All right, let's move through this quick fast, because now I'm closing it up. JG, are you there? JG, I need you to keep your submissions short. I'm coming to you, J and L. Just hold on. JG, are you there?
Yes, I am, Kibe. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Following on the black tax you are speaking about, the problems we have in Kenya can only attribute to two things, and that is religion and on the education system. Our education system is broken. Also and that's why we are churning out people who are tamarking with useless degrees, like you were speaking the other day. Also, the issue of the black tax. The moment your parents start saying, I sacrificed for you, is sort of subconsciously gaslighting you to say to you to be in the future, look, I have to do this for my mom, I have to do this for my dad because they sacrificed. And that's why we lag behind, because we think we must, before we make our own lives, we have to help them first because they're in their old age, they had a head start. So now when we are young, we should be building our lives, generating generational wealth, creating businesses. We are here trying to help our parents who had a head start, 30, 50, or 40 years head start. So unless we change our thinking as Black people, and also the education in Kenya needs to change. We need more critical thinkers, because we consume politics, religions, and other bullshit. We need to rise above mediocrity, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, JG. Appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah. Do not feel manipulated at all. J&L Beauty Shop.
Yeah, Kibe, thank you, man. Do you get me?
Yeah, you spelled the beauty wrong. What's that about?
Because I'm a Tanzanian, man. English is my fifth language. All right. Thank you very much. I think you got that. That's it. Yeah. Ilikuja na meli, bwana.
Ilikuja na meli, eh?
Ilikuja na meli. So, what I'm saying is, man, Kibe, say again, I mean, you are spot on. You know what? This is something I've been struggling with. I realized way back, this shit is not working. My dad has his own legacy, but you know what? Forget about even my clan where I come from, the whole Tanzania, the whole thing, the socialist, all this crap with your mind, everything, unity, being together, you know what I mean? There's nothing like selfishness. Then I realized, you know what? We need to be selfish. But I've been looking for the way to explain to my people. I'm one of 10 to explain to them, you know what? Focus on yourself. Focus on your nuclear family. Forget about this, you know what I mean? Extended and all of that. You know, I'm cashed out, but today, boy, oh boy, you get me a lot of points, man. You get me a lot of points. I'm going to change some souls out there. I'm going to change some souls. There's a guy who came about who raised by his mother. Oh man, I was screaming. Which episode was that? Which episode? There's a day you did talk about it. You know what I mean? The boys who grew up with the mother, the influence mother have. I mean, creating all of this, you know, whatever you call it, whatever name we call it, spoiled brat, whatever it is. And then the moment when you're talking race, it was Oprah moment. But it's appropriate to say Oprah moment. You know, when you nail it, I know where she was standing, but when you nail that down, 21, 23, that's your prime. Girl, what are you doing? My God, that was, boy, oh boy. Oh, that's when, that's a turning point for the whole thing. Kibe, big up, man. You are doing great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, J&L Beauty. Beauty.
Beauty, yeah.
All right, beauty. Tufunge beauty. I don't know whether Grace is here. Grace, are you still here? Do you have anything you want to say as we close? Grace M. Grace M has nothing. X Jerry, do you have anything to say? X and Jerry also has nothing to say. Brian Ngudi Juma, you're the MVP today. You want to close it up?
Yeah, the thing is the black tax pandemic, the genesis of it was people starting families, giving birth, and there's got no financial legacy to leave their children. That is the thing. So one or another, that cycle has to be broken. Examining yourself to say, do I have, apart from the mental grounding, is there a financial grounding that will prevent me from giving birth to slavelets or not? If you are foreseeing slaves coming out of your groin, stop, zip it up, do it yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian, man. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, man. A Gift, are you still alive? I don't know if Gift is still alive by now, but he's being a little... No, he can hear me, but he won't say shit. George, are you still there? These are the two most useless co-hosts ever. Most useless co-hosts ever. But it's good. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for helping me co-host, even though half the time you are asleep, both of you. But it has been a nice discussion. It was open mic Fridays. We had a good week. We enjoyed ourselves. Do not pay black tax. Let people die if they have to die. And you can bury them. Yeah, you can do a nice dance on their grave the day they are dead. You can work this information backwards. Yeah, so let it shock you now, what I'm saying. Let it be a shock to you, and then work on it backwards. Do not be manipulated into doing anything you don't want to do. They gave birth to you. You did not choose them. They gave birth to you. You did not go to their house and say, hey, listen, I want to be part of this family. No. So if your dad was a loser and he got 6, 7 kids and is unable to take care of those kids, that's his problem. Let him do what he has to do, just like you are going to do whatever you have to do for your own kids the day you get some. So many of you right now are bending over backwards to hustle for your children. You don't have a single cent to spare for anybody else out there. You're fixing your mistakes and you want to leave a legacy of to make sure that your kids are able to have a good life. You're going to leave an inheritance. How are you going to leave an inheritance when you're still fixing your parents for the next 30 years? Do you know if your parents right now are in their 50s and they cannot take care of themselves, you're going to take care of them till the day they die? That's another 30 years, bro. 30 years of you handling your parents and their children, and you're bending over backwards, and now you're going to live a horrible life. No, I would rather they live the horrible life. Now, I'm willing to go discuss with God when I get to heaven, or if I'm going to hell, and we sit with God, and it's like, why didn't you help your parents? I'm like, hey, bro, I had a lot on my plate. I tried, but I had too much on my plate. I had to fix my own kids. So yeah, it seems like a good idea, and everybody wants to feel nice taking care of everybody else. But that's nonsense. Grow up and say no to this manipulation. Just say no. Every now and then when you go home, buy some shopping. But that's it. Don't let them manipulate you. If they're going to die, they'll die anyway. It has been real. Thank you very, very much, gentlemen, for joining me. As usual, on www.rogueradio.live and on Twitter Spaces. I appreciate all of you guys. This week has been an awesome week. Do remember to join me on my patreon.com/KibeAndrew, where all this content lies. I put all my content there. You know, there are many tiers. There's a lot of content there. It's good for you. That's all I can tell you. I appreciate you guys. See you guys on Monday. This has been Open Mic Fridays.